Chapter 4209. Our Lamo Divine Kingdom and Rockrise Divine Kingdom also lost a large number of divine emperors in the process of killing Duanling Tian. Heiyuan did not hide anything as there was no need to. The Divine Kingdom battle at Destiny Canyon was a stage for all the Divine Kingdoms to compete with each other. Even if a Divine Kingdom's entire army was wiped out, they could only blame it on their bad luck. Therefore, he did not hide the fact that he and two other lesser ultimate gods had led people to kill Duanling Tian. Even if Duanling Tian had succeeded and the King of the Righteous Divine Kingdom found out about it, the King of the Righteous Divine Kingdom would not be able to say anything. This was because Duanling Tian had bet his life on the Heavens Will Canyon battle. Similarly, the Lamo Divine Kingdom, Rockrise Divine Kingdom, and Xuanheng Divine Kingdom's people who had died because of Duanling Tian were the same. No matter how angry they were when Duanling Tian came out, they could not say anything as everything was in accordance with the rules. If the monarchs of the three divine kingdoms really wanted to take action, not only would the monarch of the righteous divine kingdom protect Duanling Tian, but even the monarchs of the other 20 divine kingdoms would also join in to protect Duanling Tian. There was no reason other than to protect the rules. If they allowed Duanling Tian to be killed, wouldn't it mean that their people could only accept their fate after killing a few more people in the Divine Kingdom battle at Destiny Canyon in the future? Some things could not be started. Once a bad start was started, there was no turning back. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. Under normal circumstances, no matter how angry the monarchs of the Lamo Divine Kingdom, Rockrise Divine Kingdom, and Xuanheng Divine Kingdom were, they could not openly attack Duanling Tian. As for what happened behind their backs, no one could control them. Puffed! The monarch of Xuanheng Divine Kingdom, Wuxia, who was filled with joy and excitement not long ago, was so angry at Heiyuan's words that he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His body tensed up. The Xuanheng Divine Kingdom had suffered such a heavy loss this time. So many people had died. Moreover, a person who had just ascended to the ultimate god realm had died. How could this be? How could this be? Wuxia couldn't accept it. My condolences, Emperor Wu. My condolences, Emperor Wu. At this time, the various monarchs who were congratulating Wuxia, the Black Hung Divine Country's monarch, suddenly changed their words and started comforting Wuxia. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. The Xuanheng Divine Nation was really miserable this time. Even if someone obtained the earthly fire Buddhist lotus and entered the hierarch realm, he still couldn't come out. At this moment, they silently remembered a name in their hearts. Duanling Tian. That Duanling Tian was definitely someone with great luck. What a joke! If it wasn't for his great luck, how could a lower god emperor enter the Heavens Will Canyon and consolidate his cultivation not long after entering the god emperor realm? Ruler Zhu, your righteous divine nation is in the limelight this time. Many monarchs looked at the righteous divine nation's monarch, Chu Youngjun, and sighed. There was no lack of envy in their words. Although it was obvious that Duanling Tian couldn't stay in the righteous divine nation, as long as Duanling Tian didn't die, the righteous divine nation would definitely get the most of the rewards from the God Kingdom battle in the Heavens Will Canyon when he came out. Based on Duanling Tian's points, as long as there were no accidents, the righteous divine nation would definitely rank first in the God Kingdom battle in the Heavens Will Canyon this time. This time, the righteous divine nation will probably break the previous record in the God Kingdom battle. At that time, there will be additional rewards for breaking the record. As soon as one of the monarchs mentioned this, the group of monarchs looked at Chu Youngjun again. Their eyes were no longer filled with envy but jealousy. Jealousy. They were really jealous. Chu Youngjun and the righteous divine nation were too lucky. A god of creation wouldn't be stingy with the rewards for breaking the record. At this moment, Wuxia, who had just recovered a little, felt his chest heave up and down in anger when he heard the words of the monarchs around him. He almost spat out another mouthful of blood. If the righteous divine nation received additional rewards for breaking the record, it would be due to the efforts of the god emperors and a lesser ultimate god from the Xuanheng divine nation. In other words, it would be due to the help of the people from the Xuanheng divine nation who had perished in the Heavens Will Canyon. No one knows what will happen until the end. In my opinion, the Jade Rainbow divine nation will surpass us at any time. Chu Youngjun said humbly as he looked at the monarch of the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, Guan Baoyu. The strongest person in the Heavenswell Canyon was undoubtedly Lang Chunwan from the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation. At this moment, the monarch of the Feiyang Divine Nation, Xiao Yuan, was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Lang Chunwan had stepped into the ultimate god realm. Judging from the profundities of the laws that Lang Chunwan had mastered, he might not have been a match for Lang Chunwan after stepping into the ultimate god realm, without the help of the monarch token. When he thought of the possibility that Lang Chunwan's strength was due to the fact that she had massacred all the higher god emperors from the Feiyang Divine Nation, Xiao Yuan felt extremely resentful. He looked at the monarch of the Xuanheng Divine Nation, Wu Yu, and sympathized with him. Monarch Zhu, you must be joking. The monarch of the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, Guan Baoyu, smiled faintly. Although Lang Chunwan has stepped into the ultimate god realm, it also means that she can no longer kill the people from the other divine nations. It's very difficult for her to surpass Duan Lingtian by killing the living beings in the Heavenswell Canyon. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, still has time. I only hope that when he encounters the people from our Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, he will hold back a little for Lang Chunwan's sake. Now, I only hope that at least half of the people from our Jade Rainbow Divine Nation who walk out of the Heavenswell Canyon will survive. As soon as Guan Baoyu finished speaking, the expressions of the other monarchs changed as well. That's right. They had completely forgotten. Duan Lingtian was so terrifying that he could kill the people from the other divine nations in the Heavenswell Canyon, including those from their own divine nations. I hope they'll know what's good for them and hide. As long as they've heard of Duan Lingtian's strength or witnessed it with their own eyes from afar, they shouldn't be so foolish as to go head-to-head with Duan Lingtian. I hope they'll be smarter. Currently, the monarchs of the other divine nations were praying in their hearts that the people from their divine nations who were still in the Heavenswell Canyon would be smarter and not provoke Duan Lingtian. It would be best for them to hide and be teleported out after the divine nation battle in the Heavenswell Canyon ended. By then they would be safe. As they waited, some of the monarchs could not help but ask the two lower ultimate gods, He Yulin and Han Shaokuan, if they knew anything about the people from their divine nations. Many of the monarchs of the other divine nations did not look too good when they learned that their divine nations had suffered heavy losses. As for the monarch of Wenchime Divine Nation, he was initially very happy when he heard that his son had obtained the earthly fire Buddhist lotus. However, his expression changed drastically when he heard Han Shaokuan's words. His son, the crown prince of Wenchime Divine Nation, Feng Xiaoxiao, had died in the Heavenswell Canyon after obtaining the earthly fire Buddhist lotus. The other monarchs of the other divine nations were also shocked when they heard that Feng Xiaoxiao had obtained the earthly fire Buddhist lotus. They did not expect Feng Xiaoxiao to have hidden his strength so well. If it were any other time, they would definitely have ridiculed the monarch of Wenchime Divine Nation for hiding such a huge trump card. Now that they knew that Feng Xiaoxiao had died after obtaining the earthly fire Buddhist lotus, no one had any thoughts of ridiculing the monarch of Wenchime Divine Nation, as they did not want to get into trouble. Only a few monarchs of the divine nations who had a good relationship with the monarch of Wenchime Divine Nation comforted him. At this moment, many people were guessing if Feng Xiaoxiao had died in Duan Lingtian's hands, or Lang Chuanyuan's hands. Or perhaps, she had been killed by the joint attack of many half-step ultimate gods. If it was just a single half-step ultimate god, there was a high probability that it would be impossible to kill Feng Xiaoxiao. Inside the Heavenswell Canyon, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the situation outside. He had successfully recovered from his injuries under the protection of his senior sister, Lang Chunwan. Duan Lingtian then opened his eyes and looked at Lang Chunwan. Fourth senior sister, I've recovered. Good. Lang Chunwan replied with a smile. Since you've recovered, you can kill these guys while you're at it. There won't be much reward for killing them. However, they and the other two great demons that died earlier are considered the ultimate challenge of the Divine Kingdom battle in the Destiny Canyon. I heard that there will be additional rewards if you defeat them. Now, I just hope that the few supreme experts left behind in the trial grounds won't be too stingy. Lang Chunwan said. Only outsiders like them who saw this world as the trial grounds of God knew that the so-called creator of this world was actually the supreme experts of the outside world. The Heavensville Gorge was only a hidden space within the trial grounds. I'm looking forward to it too. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard that. He then said, "Fourth senior sister, let them go. You can just watch my performance next." Hee, Lang Chunyuan giggled. "All right then, your senior sister, will watch your performance next, junior brother." Then, she casually let go of the 7 great demons. The 7 great demons were actually intelligent, but now that they were trapped in Lang Chunwan's trap formation, and couldn't do anything to Lang Chunwan, they targeted Duan Lingtian. They were almost certain to die. Now the only thing they could do was to kill this purple-clothed human youth before they died, and avenge their 2 fallen brothers. Roar, awu! The 7 great demons attacked Duan Lingtian at the same time. The greater demon swept through the sky, causing space to tremble. It caused the trapping formation that Lang Chunyuan had set up to shake and sway. Ripples that were like water ripples appeared in space, and it was extremely beautiful. However, no one appreciated this at the moment. Duan Lingtian faced the 7 great demons again, but this time he didn't avoid them like before. Instead, he directly faced them and prepared to meet them head-on. The reason he avoided them in the beginning was because he was heavily injured at that time. Now that his injuries were healed, he was fearless. The 7 half-step ultimate gods had lost their natal blood formation, and were like a plate of loose sand. As long as he had time, he could kill them one by one. Chapter 42:10. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of the sword whistling could be heard as the rainbow-colored sword radiance scattered across the sky. It looked dazzling as if countless rainbows were intersecting with each other, but in reality, it contained a cold murderous intent. Every strike of the sword caused the void to tremble, as if it would collapse at any time. Even if the 7 half-step ultimate god great demons joined forces, without the natal blood formation, they would not be able to communicate telepathically. In the beginning, they were still in a stalemate with Duan Lingtian for a while. However, after Duan Lingtian found an opportunity to kill one of the great demons, the situation became one-sided. Duan Lingtian spent more than half an hour to kill the first great demon. Killing the second great demon took less than a quarter of an hour. The third great demon took less than 10 breaths of time. Killing the fourth great demon took less than 10 breaths of time. As for the remaining 3 great demons, it took him less than 10 breaths of time to kill them all. Whoosh, whoosh. In the sky, the rewards fell and covered Duan Lingtian's body. They were the rewards given to Duan Lingtian by the heaven and earth after each great demon's death. I've absorbed the normal rewards. Next, should be the reward for killing the final challenge of the Destiny Canyon? After Duan Lingtian absorbed the rewards, he could not help but look up at the sky again. Even Lang Chunwan was looking up at the sky. The sky was originally calm and tranquil. However, in the blink of an eye, something strange happened. First, the blue sky and white clouds turned into dark clouds. Then, within the dark clouds, thunder and lightning intersected. No one knew where it came from, but it was very sudden. After that, 9 streaks of lightning intertwined with each other, and gradually revealed themselves. They were the 9-headed great demons that were killed by Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan. The 9-headed great demons looked down, 9 pairs of eyes staring at Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan with hatred. Then, they opened their mouths as if they were roaring with unwillingness and hatred. Boom. Rumble. There was no beast roar. Only the deafening sound of thunder could be heard from the sky. After a while, the 9-headed great demon's shadows dissipated and turned into light spots that sprinkled down from the sky. When they reached the sky, they turned into a 9-colored light pillar and fell on Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan. The 9-color light pillar was so huge that even though Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunyuan were quite a distance away, they were still shrouded by it. This is the reward for the final challenge of the Destiny Canyon? Duan Lingtian could feel the reward from this law was even more amazing than everything he had obtained in the Heavensville Canyon. As soon as it shrouded his body, the law energy in his body dissipated and turned into specks of light that entered his body. It was as if this rule reward was extremely overbearing, and did not wish to be placed together with the other rule's rewards. As for the shattered reward, although it seemed to have merged into Duan Lingtian's body, it did not bring much benefit to Duan Lingtian. Most of the essence dissipated into the air, which made Duan Lingtian's heart ache. I hope you can give me a bigger upgrade. Otherwise, I'll suffer a great loss this time. If Duan Lingtian was not confident that he would be able to enter the upper-level Emperor realm in this trip to the Destiny Canyon, at this moment, he was excited again. I'm not greedy. Just help me enter the upper-level Emperor realm. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, Lang Chunyuan was also absorbing the reward from the law. Moreover, the speed at which the reward from the law entered her body was much faster than when it entered Duan Lingtian's body. After all, she was a lower-level ultimate god. Moreover, she was a lower-level ultimate god who had completely consolidated her cultivation base. 9 great demons died one after another. In addition, one of the lower-level ultimate gods from the 3 divine kingdoms died, and 2 fled. Although the people from the divine kingdoms outside the core region of the Destiny Canyon did not witness all of this with their own eyes, the chaotic reward still vaguely informed them of the danger inside. I don't know what's going on. However, the people from the 3 divine kingdoms came with great ferocity. They will most likely clash with Duan Lingtian and the others. So many people have died. It must be the people from the 3 divine kingdoms who died. In other words, the 3 lower-level ultimate gods from the 3 divine kingdoms did not protect the others? Maybe they've already left before us. After all, once you enter the ultimate god realm, you can leave the Destiny Canyon with just a thought. I'd better not stay here and watch the show. I'll find a place to hide and wait for the time to come before leaving the Destiny Canyon. I think so too. Most of the people from the divine kingdoms who had gathered outside to watch the show had left. The remaining small group of people did not leave. At that moment, they were all hoping that the people from the 3 divine kingdoms were eliminated. Even if Duan Lingtian survived, he would be an arrow at the end of its flight. They might be able to take advantage of the situation. Moreover, there was still Lang Chunyuan. Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunyuan were currently first and second on the individual scoreboard. One of them had more than 10,000 points, and the other was close to 10,000 points. Even Lang Chunyuan, who was second, had more than double the points of the person in third place. If they could kill either of them, then they would be rich. These people waited patiently. A few days later, Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunyuan indeed appeared. However, what they waited for was Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunyuan in their prime. The result was self-evident. These people from the divine kingdoms who had wanted to take advantage of the situation, as long as they did not leave, all died in the hands of Duan Lingtian without exception. These people, before they died, naturally regretted not leaving with the others. However, it was useless to regret. It's gone again. Duan Lingtian was speechless. The reward for killing this group of people had not even entered his body before it was shattered by the reward stored in his body. Although it helped him to digest some of it, most of it was wasted. 4th senior sister. Duan Lingtian looked at Lang Chunyuan with a bitter smile. The reward I received just now was too deceptive. It actually made it so that I can't store any other reward in my body. Lang Chunyuan smiled. Little junior brother, why don't you finish digesting it? If you finish digesting it, even if you can't enter the realm of Upper God Emperor, you should be close, right? Lang Chunyuan had gained a lot this time, and was in a good mood. How can it be so easy to digest? Duan Lingtian sighed. 4th senior sister, there's not much time left. I plan to find a place to go into seclusion to digest the reward and wait for the Destiny Canyon to send me out. What do you plan to do? Do you want to come with me or go out first? Duan Lingtian asked. Naturally, I'll go with you. Lang Chunyuan giggled. This way, little junior brother, you can cultivate here alone and put your heart and soul into it. This way, you'll be able to digest the reward faster. It's useless for me to rush out. Lang Chunyuan had completely digested the reward. In fact, although the reward was extraordinary, Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunyuan only took half a day to absorb it into their bodies. The reason why they came out a few days later was that Duan Lingtian was digesting the reward while waiting for his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan. Lang Chunwan was also digesting the reward. Moreover, after a few days, Duan Lingtian had only digested a small portion of the reward while Lang Chunwan had completely digested it. Although she didn't say anything, Duan Lingtian could vaguely feel that his fourth senior sister had become stronger. Fourth senior sister. Suddenly Duan Lingtian thought of something. Say, do you think the master of the frozen mountain heavenly lake, Nangong Sui, will still want you to enter the frozen mountain heavenly lake after you leave? Do they have enough resources to help you enter the realm of medium supreme gods? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he reached the end of his sentence. Previously, not only did no one think highly of him, no one thought highly of his fourth senior sister. He'd only said that he had a chance to enter the realm of medium supreme gods in the heavens Canyon and consolidate his cultivation. Of course, he'd already achieved that. As for his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, she'd said that she could enter the realm of lower supreme gods and consolidate her cultivation. Moreover, she'd also achieved it. Then, according to the previous agreement, if the ultimate god force, Frozen Mountain Heavenly Lake, wanted to give up, there should be. Lang Chunwan smiled when she heard her fourth junior brother mention this. Before I came in, I asked the ruler of the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation. He said that Frozen Mountain Heavenly Lake can still take out resources to help me enter the realm of medium supreme gods after I enter the realm of lower supreme gods, and consolidate my cultivation. Duan Lingtian was startled when he heard this, then smiled wryly. He hadn't expected his fourth senior sister to even ask about this beforehand. Now, I'm just afraid that they'll go back on their word. Lang Chunwan continued. In any case, after we leave, we'll stick to our principles. If they're willing to fulfill their promise, it's fine for us to join them. Little junior brother, you don't have to feel any psychological burden, thinking that we won't be able to give them what they want because we'll be leaving the trial grounds in 2 years. When Duan Lingtian heard Lang Chunyuan's words, he shook his head and interrupted her. Fourth senior sister, as you said, this is the trial of gods. Everything here is arranged by a supreme powerhouse. Why would I feel burdened? That's for the best. Lang Chunwan nodded. I knew that little junior brother wouldn't be so pedantic. However, third senior brother told me to find an opportunity to tell you this before we came in. Since I've said it, it can be considered that I've completed the task he gave me. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled when he heard this. Warmth flowed through him. Third senior brother. During the last period of time in the Destiny Canyon, Duan Lingtian found a place to cultivate in seclusion, digesting the rewards from the laws in his body. His fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, stood guard by his side, allowing him to fully immerse himself in cultivation. In this state, the efficiency of digesting the rewards from the laws was also much higher. Little junior brother, we should be leaving soon. Finally, there was a change in the Destiny Canyon, and Lang Chunwan reminded Duan Lingtian at the right time. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and felt the world spinning before him. When light reappeared in front of him, he discovered that he had left the Destiny Canyon and appeared outside the canyon, where he had been before entering. The figures of the monarchs of the various divine kingdoms also appeared in front of him at the right time. Now he also discovered that there was a group of people around him who had followed him out. They're out. The gazes of the monarchs of the various divine kingdoms all turned to Duan Lingtian and the others. Chapter 42:11. As soon as Duan Lingtian and the others came out, they were immediately led over by the monarchs of the divine nations. Every king possessed strength comparable to a higher ultimate god with the king token in their hands. As soon as Duan Lingtian came out, he felt an invisible force coming toward him before it brought him far away. During this process, he could even feel that the divine power in his body that was not deliberately suppressed had become much slower. A sense of powerlessness enveloped him. Is this the strength of a higher ultimate god? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He had seen the strength of a lower ultimate god. Although he was not as strong as a lower ultimate god now, the gap was not that big. He was confident that he could crush an ordinary lower ultimate god if he entered the realm of a higher ultimate god. However, he was shocked when he faced the monarch of Zhengming Divine Nation, Chu Youngjun's strength that was enhanced by the monarch token. He felt that a lower ultimate god was just SOSO. In his opinion, there was a world of difference between a higher supreme god and a lower supreme god. No wonder it's said that a higher ultimate god can kill a lower ultimate god with just a finger. The gap is too big. Duan Lingtian was so shocked that he was still in a daze when he reached Chu Youngjun's side. He only came back to his senses when He sent him a voice transmission and said, "Brother Lingtian, His Majesty is talking to you." After he came back to his senses, Duan Lingtian could see that the other people from Zhengming Divine Nation had also come out. Moreover, they were all very well. Even if he did not count them, he could see that the Zhengming Divine Nation had lost less than 10 people who went in this time. Monarch. Duan Lingtian looked at Chu Youngjun. What did he say to him just now? Chu Youngjun was smiling as usual when he saw Duan Lingtian spacing out. He was not angry at all. Mansion Master Duan, you've really made our Zhengming Divine Nation proud this time. He was first in the individual rankings. He had broken through 10,000 points. He had broken the personal record of the Divine Kingdom contest in Destiny Canyon. Not only that, but he'd also helped the Righteous Divine Nation break the record of the Divine Nation tournament in Destiny Canyon. Congratulations, Manor Head Duan. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The group of survivors from the Righteous Divine Nation also congratulated Duan Lingtian and Chu Youngjun. Many people looked at Duan Lingtian with eyes full of gratitude. They had met the Duan Lingtian in Heaven's Will Canyon. They had thought that the Duan Lingtian would treat them like the other Divine Nations people, but they didn't expect that the Duan Lingtian didn't have any intention of targeting them. The more people from the other Divine Nations died, the more they were grateful to Duan Lingtian. The people from the other Divine Nations seem to have suffered the least losses. More than a dozen of them are trapped inside forever. Suddenly, a manor head from the Righteous Divine Nation looked around and couldn't help but sigh. Many people's gazes subconsciously fell on Duan Lingtian. The people from the other Divine Nations had suffered heavy losses this time, and it was all related to the youth in front of them. However, no one thought that Duan Lingtian was a murderer. After all, even if they were strong enough, they would have done the same thing as Duan Lingtian. The Divine Kingdom contest in Destiny Canyon was a competition for the individual rankings. It was a competition for everything one saw inside, including points, wealth, and the rewards one would receive after killing the other party. In particular, the fact that killing someone from another Divine Nation would result in double the rewards of the rules made it very tempting. Unlike the Righteous Divine Nations people who were in high spirits, the rest of the Divine Nations, including the Manor Heads, didn't look too good. Their losses this time were too great. Of course, there was a Manor Head whose face was gloomy for a moment, but he recovered quickly. It was the Manor Head of the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, Guan Baoyu. Little girl, thank you. Guan Baoyu looked at Lang Chunwan and thanked her through voice transmission. At the same time, a smile bloomed on his face as he bluntly said, "Congratulations on entering the Ultimate God realm." At this time, the other people from the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation also reacted and repeatedly congratulated Lang Chunwan. Even if they weren't familiar with her, they still did their best on the surface. As for the rest of the Divine Nations, those who had suffered less losses and whose own Divine Nations had also made it into the top 10 of the Divine Nations rankings quickly recovered. As for those who had suffered greater losses, such as the Mystic Eternity Divine Nation, Ramo Divine Nation, and Rockrise Divine Nation, their expressions didn't look good from beginning to end. This time, they had suffered great losses and naturally wouldn't be able to enter the top 10 of the Divine Nations rankings. Let's go. Soon, the 3 Divine Nations people left under the lead of their manor heads. They didn't even say goodbye to the others. Following that, another Divine Nations person left. It was someone from the Feiyang Divine Nation. This time, the top 10 of the Divine Nations rankings had nothing to do with the Feiyang Divine Nation, so there was no point in staying. If they entered the top 10 and stayed, they could still wait for the Destiny Canyon's rewards. If it was any other time, even if their Divine Nations didn't enter the top 10, they could wait and see what the other Divine Nations' rewards were. But this time they weren't in the mood. Before the Feiyang Divine Nation's manor head, Xiaoyi Yuan, left, he glanced at the young lady who was surrounded by the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's people. While killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes, there was also a hint of helplessness. The young lady had entered the ultimate god realm. If he entered the Feiyang Divine Nation, he could kill her with the manor head token. Once he left the Feiyang Divine Nation, he knew that he might not be a match for the young lady. Soon, more than half of the remaining 20 Divine Nations people left one after another. Since they didn't enter the top 10, and had suffered great losses this time, they weren't in the mood to stay. Soon, only 12 Divine Nations people were left. Among them, 10 of the Divine Nations had obtained the top 10 rankings. As for the other 2 Divine Nations, they had stayed because someone from those 2 Divine Nations had killed their way into the top 10 rankings. According to the usual practice, the final ranking rewards would be calculated one day and one night after the Divine Nation battle in the Destiny Canyon. Although they didn't know why they had to wait for such a long time, they still waited patiently. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At some point in time, 3 elderly figures had appeared. They were none other than the 3 Scorpion Elders from the Ultimate God sect, Yinyuan Tianzong. The 3 medium ultimate gods could fight against an ordinary high-level ultimate god if they joined forces. The 3 of them had appeared earlier to try to rope in Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan. However, Lang Chunwan decided to join the Hanshan Heavenly Lake in the end, so they had no choice but to target Duan Lingtian. However, what they didn't expect was that their second-best target would have such a stunning performance in the Destiny Canyon's Divine Nation battle. First on the individual rankings. He had even helped the righteous Divine Nation obtain first place in the Divine Nation rankings. His performance in the Destiny Canyon was astounding. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian had broken through to the intermediate Divine Emperor stage in the Heaven Fate Canyon. Moreover, he had even consolidated his cultivation base. This was something they had never expected. Monster. Although the 3 of them had lived for a long time and had seen many geniuses, they couldn't help but exclaim at the same time when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, our Yinyuan Tianzong will help you enter the high-level ultimate god realm. At that time, you can officially go through the formalities and join our Yinyuan Tianzong. One of the 3 Scorpion Elders said loudly to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard Elder Mo Scorpion's words, under the watchful eyes of the surrounding people, he smiled faintly and said, "Senior, my gains this time are beyond my imagination. My body contains the rewards from the final challenge in the Destiny Canyon, but I haven't fully digested them yet. In addition, I'm about to receive the rewards from the individual rankings. Perhaps, these alone will be enough to help me enter the high-level ultimate god realm." When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he looked deeply at the other party. The other party's expression froze in an instant. Then he exchanged glances with the other 2 of the 3 Scorpion Elders. After communicating through voice transmission, he said to Duan Lingtian, "Duan Lingtian, if you enter the high-level ultimate god realm on your own before joining our Yinyuan Tianzong, our Yinyuan Tianzong can help you completely consolidate your cultivation as a high-level ultimate god realm. In addition, our Yinyuan Tianzong will also give you." As the old man continued speaking, the monarchs of the 12 divine kingdoms were shocked. They didn't expect that Yinyuan Tianzong would be willing to pay such a huge price to rope in Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian also felt Yinyuan Tianzong's sincerity, because the things the old man promised were also things he desperately needed. They were all treasures that could help him enter the ultimate god realm faster. If Senior can really represent our Yinyuan Tianzong and fulfill your promise, I'm willing to join the Yinyuan Tianzong. Duan Lingtian agreed without hesitation. He would be a fool if he didn't agree. As for Yinyuan Tianzong's request, it was nothing more than hoping for a great person to appear in their sect to take charge of the sect. This person could attack from the outside and defend from the inside. Duan Lingtian wasn't someone who was willing to be tied down. However, once he entered the hidden Yuan Sky sect, he did not need to worry about being restricted because he would be sent out of the Trial of Gods after casually staying there for 2 years. He would return to the outside world, to Myriad Arts Academy. Congratulations to the 3 elders. Following Duan Lingtian's agreement, the monarchs of the Divine Kingdoms expressed their gratitude to the 3 demon scorpion elders. Lang Chunwan. The scholarly middle-aged man reappeared. It was the master of Han Heavenly Lake, Nangong Sui. The moment he appeared, he approached Lang Chunwan and looked at her with a smile. Congratulations on entering the ultimate god realm. My previous promise is still valid. If you enter the ultimate god realm, Han Heavenly Lake can help you completely consolidate your cultivation before you enter. Nangong Sui straightforwardly promised. However, almost as soon as Nangong Sui finished speaking, the divine power on Lang Chunwan's body surged. That condensed divine power was freely manipulated as if it was her own arm, without any sign of instability. Noticing this, the monarch of Jade Rainbow Divine Kingdom who was closest to Lang Chunwan narrowed his eyes in shock. How is this possible? End of this chapter. Chapter 42:12. The monarchs of the divine kingdoms present were either lower ultimate gods or medium ultimate gods. The weakest among them were lower ultimate gods who had completely consolidated their cultivation base. Therefore, they were very familiar with the aura of a lower ultimate god, who had also consolidated her cultivation base. It was precisely because of this that as Lang Chunyuan released her divine energy, the familiar aura that came over caused them to be indescribably shocked. Not only has Lang Chunwan entered the ultimate god realm, but she has also completely consolidated her cultivation base as a lower ultimate god. How did she do it? How is this possible? It seems like she was so confident before she went in. That's why she said it. But no one believed her. If it wasn't for the reality, I wouldn't have believed it even if my father came back to life and told me. The monarchs of the divine kingdoms were shocked. Everything that had happened to the girl in front of them had completely overturned their understanding of the world. They would believe it if the Destiny Canyon had an opportunity to help someone enter the ultimate god realm. However, they did not believe it could help someone enter the ultimate god realm and also help them consolidate their cultivation base. This was because they had all entered the Destiny Canyon before. Many of them had even entered the ultimate god realm in the Destiny Canyon. I remember. You promised me that if I entered the lower ultimate god realm and consolidated my cultivation base, you would give me a medium ultimate god as a welcome gift? Lang Chunwan looked at Nangong Sui with a gleam of excitement in her eyes. Later, I will be rewarded with second place on the individual ranking. It should help me move forward a little. Han Heavenly Lake can save some money by helping me enter the medium ultimate god realm. Lang Chunwan's words left the monarchs and others speechless. Compared to the path from a lower ultimate god to a medium ultimate god, the reward for second place on the individual ranking was nothing. Even if it was helpful, it would be very little. In the Destiny Canyon, only the Divine Kingdom rankings rewards would be of great help to ultimate gods. The individual rankings rewards were mainly for Emperor gods. Of course, it would also be of some help to ultimate gods, but it was very little. Monster. Terrifying. Yinyuan Tianzong's three devil scorpion elders looked at Lang Chunwan with mixed feelings. They felt that they had misjudged her. This girl was even more monstrous than they had imagined. However, if he really wanted the girl to enter Yinyuan Tianzong, he would have to pay a huge price. This price was not something they could decide. And even if they sent a message back, it would still be too late, unless the heavenly lake of Mount Han did not want girls. However, they felt that this possibility was very small. As it turned out, their guesses were correct. The master of Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake, the higher supreme god Nangong Sui, looked at Lang Chunwan after a short moment of shock. His originally calm face was replaced with a look of surprise. Lang Chunwan, I expected that you would become a lower supreme god in there. However, I really didn't expect you to not only enter the lower ultimate god realm, but also completely consolidate your cultivation base. Nangong Sui exclaimed repeatedly. Then do you still want me to enter Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake? Lang Chunwan asked. Hearing this, Nangong Sui smiled faintly. Of course. After all, I made such a promise to you from the start. Now follow me back to Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake. Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake will do all it can to help you enter the Middle Supreme God Realm as soon as possible. Once you've entered the Middle Supreme God Realm, Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake will accept you as a disciple, Nangong Sui said. All right. I'll go with you. Lang Chunwan agreed straightforwardly, then moved to Nangong Sui's side. Nangong Sui nodded to Inyuan Tianzong's 3 Devil Scorpion Elders, then nodded to the Master of Jade Rainbow Divine Nation before leaving with Lang Chunwan. Going to Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake. This girl is destined to soar. Many people sighed with emotion. In the future, Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake's third higher supreme god might be this girl. Someone else said. Even after Nangong Sui left with Lang Chunwan, the people present were still sighing with emotion. There was no lack of people who envied the girl, but almost no one was jealous. There was no point in being jealous. I hope 4th Senior Sister can enter the medium-level Ultimate God realm before leaving the Divine Trial Grounds. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He didn't think that Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake would go back on their word, but even if Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake wanted his 4th Senior Sister to enter the Middle Supreme God realm as soon as possible, they still needed time. Was 2 years enough time? Now there were only 2 years left before they, the outsiders, would be sent out of the trial grounds of the Divine Lands. His 4th Senior Sister was like this, and so was he. So was everyone else. Duan Lingtian. Soon, Inyuan Tianzong and the 3 Devil Scorpion Elders' gazes fell on Duan Lingtian. It's time for us to leave. Although the individual rewards for the Divine Kingdom battle in Destiny Canyon hadn't been announced yet, they didn't need to wait outside the canyon to obtain them. They could be obtained anywhere in the world. Only the rewards of the Divine Kingdom rankings could be obtained outside the Destiny Canyon. This was because the aura of the Ruler of Destiny's medallion had to be sensed within the canyon. Your Majesty, Brother Yunhe, farewell. After responding to the 3 Devil Scorpion Elders, Duan Lingtian immediately bid farewell to Chu Youngjun and Chu Youngjun, the righteous Divine Kingdom's ruler, and Yunhe, who was following behind Chu Youngjun. He then nodded to the others, and under their envious gazes, he followed Inyuan Tianzong and the 3 Devil Scorpion Elders out of Destiny Canyon. After Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan left in succession, many of the people present began to compare Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan. Duan Lingtian is also a monster. Although Lang Chunwan is more outstanding than Duan Lingtian based on the current situation, that might not necessarily be the case in the future. Perhaps. No matter what, I'm afraid no one will be able to break the record they set in the Divine Kingdom battle in the future. This time, it wasn't just Duan Lingtian who broke the record in the Divine Kingdom battle. Lang Chunwan's final score also broke the previous record. However, because Duan Lingtian had broken the record first, she couldn't enjoy the additional reward for breaking the record. This time, Duan Lingtian's reward will definitely be greater. Coupled with what he obtained in Destiny Canyon, he might actually have a chance of becoming a higher god emperor. Amidst the exclamations of the people from the various divine kingdoms, Duan Lingtian followed Inyuan Tianzong and the 3 Devil Scorpion Elders into the distance. However, not long after they left, Duan Lingtian was still hurrying on his way when the sky rumbled. Then 2 beams of different colors descended from the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next instant, Duan Lingtian was enveloped by the 2 beams of light. The 3 Devil Scorpion Elders stood by the side and looked at Duan Lingtian, who had stopped before them. Their eyes flashed. This time, Duan Lingtian didn't just get the reward of ranking first. He should also be rewarded for breaking the record. Duan Lingtian is the biggest winner of this Divine Kingdom battle in Destiny Canyon. I just don't know how Lang Chunwan managed to break through to the lower Ultimate God realm and completely consolidate her cultivation base. In my opinion, even if Duan Lingtian gets all the rewards, she might not be able to reach that stage. Under the watchful eyes of Inyuan Tianzong and the 3 Devil Scorpion Elders, Duan Lingtian successfully received the 2 rewards that fell from the sky. One of the 2 rewards was for ranking first in the individual rankings. The other was a reward for breaking a record. Of the 2 rewards, the latter one was obviously better. Originally, Duan Lingtian was still worried that the 2 rewards would be dispelled by the domineering reward in his body. After all, the reward that came from the final challenge in Destiny Canyon would repel the normal rewards. In fact, He had even shattered and wasted quite a few of the rule law's rewards before that. However, when he saw the 2 rewards enter his body and coexist harmoniously with the 1 rule reward, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief and completely relaxed. If I fully absorb these 3 rewards, even if I still can't enter the upper ultimate god realm, I'm sure I won't be far from it. At that time, with Yinyuan Tianzong's help, I'll consolidate my upper ultimate god realm cultivation base. I hope I can consolidate my upper ultimate god realm cultivation base before I go out. Duan Lingtian knew very well that the main reason he went to Yinyuan Tianzong this time was to cultivate. Relying on the 3 rewards in his body to cultivate, relying on Yinyuan Tianzong's help to cultivate, in the next 2 years, if there were no accidents, it would be impossible for him to improve as quickly as he did in Destiny Canyon. He could only rely on himself to obtain the reward that required quantity. I wonder how the others are doing except for me and 4th senior sister. However, there's a high probability that they're not as good as us. When Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan went to Yinyuan Tianzong and Hanshan Heavenly Lake respectively, the people who entered with them were also in the Heavenly South Continent and Earthly North Continent, seeking their own opportunities. Some of them had perished. Some people survived and became stronger at the same time. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years passed. In the outside world, 10,000 Arts Academy, outside the formation that originally only had 1 expert left to guard, figures gathered one after another. Clearly, they were all here to watch the show. The 3 years are almost up. They're coming out. It's said that many people have died this time. That's right, many people's soul orbs have shattered. Now the people who had gathered here were the teachers and students of the Myriad Arts Academy. Do you think someone has entered the godly venerable realm this time? One of the legacy students suddenly looked at the person beside him who was also from the legacy branch and said softly. The surroundings fell silent for a moment before someone said, "If someone has entered the godly venerable realm, then there's a high chance it's the one from the inner branch." Chapter 42:13. If nothing unexpected happened, the group of monstrous geniuses from Myriad Law Academy who had entered the trial ground would come out in the next few days. It was precisely because of this that a group of people had already gathered outside the teleportation array, before anyone came out from it. Of course, these people weren't purely here to watch the show. Some of them were from godly venerable rank factions. They were waiting outside for the people from their respective factions to come out. At the same time, they would spread the news back to their respective factions as soon as possible. Although they were students in Myriad Law Academy, that was all they were. Staying in Myriad Law Academy was also to better serve the factions behind them. Moreover, they had been given a mission to stay in Myriad Law Academy. They could enjoy some of the Academy's things, but at the same time, they could also receive some preferential treatment from the factions behind them. This time, only 1 person from our Monorigin Divine Sect has fallen. Apart from Senior Brother Hulanchi, Senior Brother Mengyu and Senior Brother Morong Haitang are both alive and well. I just don't know how their cultivation is now. Have they stepped into the upper Divine Lord realm? A Myriad Law Academy student from the Monorigin Divine Sect muttered to himself as he stared at the transportation formation in front of him. Morong Haitang and Mengyu were the 2 holy princes of the Monorigin Divine Sect. As for Hulanchi, he was the most outstanding Monorigin Divine Sect disciple in Myriad Law Academy before the 2 holy princes of the Monorigin Divine Sect had arrived. Of course, it was thanks to Duan Lingtian that he was able to become the most outstanding Monorigin Divine Sect disciple in Myriad Law Academy. Before Duan Lingtian had killed another Monorigin Divine Sect disciple, Wang Yinsheng, Hulanchi had only been the eternal second among the Monorigin Divine Sect disciples in Myriad Law Academy. After Wang Yunxing's death he had picked up a bargain. However, this time, Hulanchi's soul pearl had shattered. It was obvious that he had died inside. However, although Hulanchi was dead, the 2 stronger holy princes of the Monorigin Divine Sect, Morong Haitang and Mengyu, were still alive. Therefore, the Monorigin Divine Sect was looking forward to seeing their cultivation bases after they came out. Have they come out? The disciple of the Monarch Spirit Sect suddenly received a message. His heart trembled, and he didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly replied, "Vice leader, they haven't come out yet." The one who sent him the message was none other than the vice leader of the Monorigin spirit cult, Lu Tianfeng. Still not out. In the Monorigin spirit sect's encampment, Lu Tianfeng frowned slightly when he received the reply. After a while he said, "In addition to keeping an eye on the two holy princes, keep an eye on that Duan Lingtian. I'm very curious if he died in the trial grounds." Lu Tianfeng added, "Yes, vice sect leader." The disciple of the Monorigin spirit sect who was in the Myriad Arts Academy responded. At the same time he thought to himself, there has been a rumor in the sect for the past 2 years that this deputy leader and Duan Lingtian are mortal enemies. Could it be true? I heard that vice sect leader destroyed Duan Lingtian's hometown, the mundane realm? I'm afraid many of Duan Lingtian's relatives and friends have perished as well, right? The disciple of the Monorigin spirit sect speculated. If Duan Lingtian isn't dead, vice sect leader will have a headache. Such a person has heaven-defying talent and comprehension ability. Given enough time, he'll grow stronger sooner or later. At this thought, the disciple of the Monorigin spirit sect suddenly recalled the scene of Duan Lingtian killing Wang Yunsheng, the holy prince of the Monorigin spirit sect, and he shuddered. If Duan Lingtian really grows stronger, should I also plan to leave the Monorigin spirit sect? If he grows to the point where he doesn't fear the Monorigin spirit sect, he'll definitely settle the score. Who knows, maybe he'll settle the score with everyone in the Monorigin spirit sect. The disciple of the Monorigin spirit sect began to make plans in his mind. In fact, Lu Tianfeng was also thinking of the same thing. It'll be best if Duan Lingtian dies in there. If he's not dead and has become a medium god emperor, then I'll have to be careful. Lu Tianfeng's expression darkened when he thought of this. Duan Lingtian was clearly an ant that he could easily crush. However, Duan Lingtian was hiding in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, rendering him powerless. Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. In a spacious courtyard, an old man was playing chess with a young man. They're coming out soon. Aren't you going to stand guard over there? The old man asked the young man with a smile as he put down a chess piece. The young man smiled faintly when he heard the old man's words. I've already waited for 3 years. There's no need to rush now. All I know is that they're safe. That's enough. You're quite patient. The old man shook his head, and his eyes flashed. This time, I wonder what the little girl and the kid have gained. If both of them have made breakthroughs, the inner palace will be in the limelight this time. The old man was none other than the palace master of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, Su Bailey. As for the young man, he was the 3rd senior brother of the internal palace, Yang Yuchen. I believe they won't disappoint you, palace master. Yang Yuchen smiled. The old man nodded. Then he seemed to have recalled something and could not help but ask, is there still no news from your eldest senior sister? No. Yang Yuchen's expression turned solemn. Looking at the time, eldest senior sister should be back soon. She must have encountered some unexpected situation in the extraterrestrial lands. That's why she hasn't returned yet. The extraterrestrial lands, the old man sighed. Looking at the time, it's almost time for me to be on duty. I don't know if I'll be able to return safely this time. Boy, can't you just let me be at ease and accept the palace master's position? Asked the old man as he stared at Yang Yuchen with blazing eyes. Palace master. At that moment, Yang Yuchen showed a rare serious expression in front of Su Bailey. I really have no intention of becoming the palace master of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. I'm still waiting for my 4th junior sister to enter the ultimate god realm. Then, I'll leave the burden of the internal palace to her. Eldest senior sister has gone to the extraterrestrial lands and 2nd senior brother has gone to the dimensional battlefield. I don't want to waste my time in Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. There's still about 100 years left in the dimensional battlefield. I want to make use of the remaining time to make a trip to the dimensional battlefield and see if there's any opportunity for me to improve myself. Yang Yuchen expressed his thoughts. He had no intention of becoming the palace master of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. This was also something he had not mentioned to the palace master of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Su Baili's eyes narrowed when he heard that. You mean, if your fourth junior sister comes out of the trial grounds and enters the ultimate god realm, you'll leave Wandala Palace? Yes. Yang Yuchen nodded. Others may not know the reason for the existence of the planar battlefield, but Palace Master and I are well aware of it. I don't want to waste the last 100 years. The extraterrestrial lands. I can't wait for 9,000 years, Yang Yuchen said. As expected, I still don't understand the thoughts of geniuses like you, Su Baili sighed. Forget it. I won't mention this again. If you had told me this earlier, I wouldn't have forced you. Su Baili was speechless at the end of his sentence. Why couldn't this kid have said it earlier? If you had said it earlier, I wouldn't have forced you to do this. It's not that I didn't say it earlier. Yang Yuchen shook his head and said, it's the rules of the inner palace that force me to do this. Before the ultimate god takes over the inner palace, I can't leave. If I leave without permission, I'll be violating the rules of the inner palace. When eldest senior sister returns, she'll hold me accountable. Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. The transportation formation of the trial grounds. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, several figures gradually appeared. It's the prodigy of the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion, Zhang Tianjiao. That's Morong Haitang from the Monorigin Divine Sect. Yuan Fu from the Kuyuan Divine Sect is also here. This is, as the figures appeared, many people recognized them, especially those who belonged to the same sect. They immediately transmitted their voices to each other to ask if they had made any breakthroughs. They had to report back to their sects as soon as possible. It was unknown how long it would take for the people who had just come out to report back to their sections. After all, they had just come out and were affected by the surroundings. They might not immediately report back to their sections. Duan Lingtian is here. His senior sister, Lang Chunwan, is here as well. When the figures of a man and a woman appeared in front of everyone, everyone's attention simultaneously fell on the two of them. The people who had just appeared were none other than Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan. At this moment, compared to before, both of them had a completely different aura. Even the onlookers who had seen them before noticed the subtle changes in them. I feel like they're different. I feel the same way too. I can't tell what's different about them. Their aura is different. And that thing seems to be different too. At this moment, the Myriad Arts Academy's Vice Palace Master, Yin Mengshan, who was in charge of the transportation formation of the trial ground, had a change of expression on his face. Then he looked at Lang Chunwan and let out a long sigh. The inner palace sure has good seedlings. Congratulations on entering the ultimate god realm. Yin Mengshan stood up and cupped his hands slightly at Lang Chunwan. Entering the ultimate god realm meant that one had truly stepped onto the stage of the strong in the Xiangang land. In the eyes of the ultimate god experts in the Xiangang land, only those who had entered the ultimate god realm were considered strong. Everyone below the ultimate god realm was just an ant. As soon as Yin Mengshan spoke, the noisy scene instantly fell into a dead silence. Ultimate god? In the next moment, the crowd came back to their senses and inhaled sharply. At the same time, their gazes fell on Duan Lingtian's side. Their gazes fell on Lang Chunwan's body. Lang Chunwan has entered the ultimate god realm? Oh my god! She's not even 10,000 years old. And she's already an ultimate god? She's even more monstrous than Vice Palace Master Yang Yuchen. Chapter 42:14. Lang Chunwan had walked out of the Trial of Gods and entered the ultimate god realm, stunning everyone. Compared to her, the Enai Chong Phoenix Pavilion's Zhang Tianjiao, the Monarch Divine Cult Saint Child Morong Haitang, and the other Hierarch level forces geniuses were all overshadowed by her. They were not even worth mentioning. Even Duan Lingtian, who stood next to her and had an equally shocking achievement, was temporarily ignored. This time, Duan Lingtian was only a high-level divine emperor when he entered the Trial of Gods. Now when he came out, he was already a high-level divine emperor. However, no one paid attention to it. When the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Arts Academy, Yin Mengshan, said that Lang Chunwan had entered the ultimate god realm, for a moment, whether it was the group of onlookers or those who had just come out with Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan, All eyes fell on Lang Chunwan. Even Duan Lingtian was affected by the crowd and subconsciously looked at his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, who was not far from him. Fourth senior sister, have you entered the intermediate god realm? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. 2 years ago, in the trial of gods, he and his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, separated. He went to Yinyuan Tianzong while his fourth senior sister went to the heavenly lake of Cold Mountain. At that time, the master of the heavenly lake of Cold Mountain, Nangong Sui, promised his fourth senior sister that when they arrived at the heavenly lake of Cold Mountain, he would do his best to help her enter the intermediate god realm. At that time, she would officially enter the heavenly lake of Cold Mountain. Not yet. When Lang Chunwan heard Duan Lingtian's transmission, she immediately replied with some annoyance, that Nangong Sui is not very reliable. I went to the heavenly lake of Cold Mountain for 2 years, and used up a lot of resources. Moreover, I have various methods to improve my cultivation, but 2 years is still too short. I have already urged them repeatedly, and that Nangong Sui also said that the heavenly lake of Cold Mountain has already done their best to help me as quickly as possible. However, I still need at least 3 years. Therefore, I am now only 2/3 of the way from the lower ultimate god realm to the intermediate god realm. In the end, that Nangong Sui is not reliable, heavenly lake of Cold Mountain is not reliable. Otherwise, I could have come out this time to fight with third senior brother. As she said this, there was no lack of sarcasm in her tone. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard this. He felt his fourth senior sister was too greedy. Shilang, s. That Cold Mountain heavenly lake was probably doing everything they could to nurture his fourth senior sister. Now that fourth senior sister has suddenly left, the people from Cold Mountain heavenly lake will probably vomit blood, right? That's not right. That Cold Mountain heavenly lake, and even everything in the divine trial grounds, should be arranged by the supreme experts. Since we have come out, that place should no longer exist. After all, according to what third senior brother said earlier, every time the divine trial grounds opens, it is different. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian felt relieved again. In that case, Yinyuan Tianzong should also be gone. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Thinking back to the past 2 years in Yinyuan Tianzong, it could be considered comfortable, enjoying the resources of Yinyuan Tianzong, until a month ago, when he officially entered Yinyuan Tianzong. However, after entering Yinyuan Tianzong, the 2 great supreme gods of Yinyuan Tianzong both wanted to take him as a disciple. They argued incessantly about this, and even wanted him to make his own decision. They even gave him an ultimatum. Fortunately, he had come out, otherwise he would not know how to deal with it. However, now that Yinyuan Tianzong, and everything in the divine trial grounds, should no longer exist. Thinking back to his experience in the divine trial grounds, Duan Lingtian felt as if it was a dream. If his cultivation had not increased by a lot, he would have thought that it was really just a dream. Little junior brother, your harvest in Yinyuan Tianzong is not bad. You are already a high god emperor. At this time, fourth senior sister Lang Chunwan's voice transmitted to Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. Obviously, his fourth senior sister had already probed him. A supreme god's probing, and there was no malice, he did not notice at all. Did you consolidate your cultivation base? Lang Chunwan asked. She did not probe too deeply, otherwise, she would have been able to find out if her little junior brother had completely consolidated his cultivation base as a high god emperor. I consolidated it a month ago. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. Amazing! Lang Chunwan exclaimed. I didn't expect Yinyuan Tianzong to be so reliable. If I had known, I would not have gone to Yinyuan Tianzong and not to Hanshan Heavenly Lake. If I had gone to Yinyuan Tianzong, I might have already become a medium supreme god. Lang Chunwan said. Lang Chunwan's words made Duan Lingtian feel helpless and speechless. Fourth senior sister, it's not that simple. I was able to break through because I had a great harvest in Destiny Canyon, and I am only a supreme god. You're a supreme god. It's already amazing that you could improve so much in just 2 years. He really felt that his fourth senior sister's expectations of Hanshan Heavenly Lake were too high. Judging from the current situation, Han's Han Heavenly Lake definitely did not hide anything. They must have put in a lot of effort for his fourth senior sister. Lang Chunwan has actually become a supreme god. A supreme god who's not even 10,000 years old. Amazing! From now on, Vice Palace Master Yang's title as Myriad Arts Academy's #1 genius will have to be given to someone else. Actually, it's not a big deal for Vice Palace Master Yang to give up this title, because she's his junior sister. Too amazing! Everyone in the surroundings was amazed by Lang Chunwan's improvement in cultivation. She had stepped into the Supreme God realm in one trial. The biggest winner this time was probably her. What's the big deal about the Supreme God realm? However, Lang Chunwan did not seem to be affected by the exclamations and exclamations around her. There was even some disgust in the depths of her eyes. She really did not like the feeling of being watched. She was not a monkey. What's the big deal about the Supreme God realm? Hearing Lang Chunwan's words, many people were stunned. Wasn't this person's tone a little too big? However, in the next moment, Lang Chunyuan spoke up again. I was originally a high god emperor, and had long since consolidated my cultivation. I was only a step away from the Divine Venerate realm. Entering the Divine Venerate realm in the Divine Venerate realm is very normal, and within expectations. Instead of paying attention to someone like me who spent 3 years to enter the Supreme God realm from the High God Emperor realm, why don't you pay more attention to my junior brother? At this point, Lang Chunwan looked at Duan Lingtian. Under Duan Lingtian's astonished gaze, she continued, 3 years ago, my junior brother was only a High God Emperor when he entered the Trial of God. And now he's already a High God Emperor. Isn't this improvement greater than mine? A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. At the end of her sentence, Lang Chunwan smiled disdainfully, and then left with Duan Lingtian. Before leaving, no one knew if it was intentional or not, but she pushed Duan Lingtian and at the same time, pressed down on Duan Lingtian's body. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's divine power burst out of his body. Only Duan Lingtian knew that his divine power was purposely drawn out by his fourth senior sister. When Duan Lingtian's divine power swept out, the pure and stable divine power instantly caused the entire place to fall into a dead silence. Myriad Art Academy's Vice Palace Master, Yun Mingshan's expression changed in an instant. As a medium ultimate god, he had a more sensitive spiritual sense than the rest of the people present. He could clearly sense that Duan Lingtian's divine power was the divine power of a high god emperor, who had completely consolidated his cultivation. A low-level divine emperor, after 3 years, stepped into the upper-level divine emperor realm, and consolidated his cultivation? At this moment, Yun Mingshan felt as though he was about to suffocate. He was so shocked that he was about to suffocate. This kind of advancement, let alone Myriad Art Academy, even in the entire history of the mysterious gangland and the various divine planes, there was probably no one who had achieved this kind of advancement. It was too exaggerated. It was too frightening. After a while, the others also regained their senses one after another. Duan Lingtian really broke through to the realm of a high god emperor. Isn't this too exaggerated? 3 years ago he was just a high god emperor. 3 years later he's already a high god emperor? Duan Lingtian is the real monster. Oh my god. He's not even 3,000 years old now, right? You're wrong. He's not even 1,000 years old now. In the past 2 to 3 years, the news has already spread. Haven't you heard? Someone used the godly space-piercing shuttle to return to the lower planes and confirmed that Duan Lingtian is not even 1,000 years old. To be precise, Duan Lingtian is not even 900 years old now. Monster. Originally, only a few people knew that Duan Lingtian was not even 1,000 years old. However, when the Monorigin spirit sect got to the bottom of the matter and spread the news, more and more people knew that Duan Lingtian was not even 1,000 years old. By now, the majority of the people in the Myriad Art Academy already knew about this matter. It was because they knew that it was even more shocking. Why do I feel that? Duan Lingtian might be able to defy the heavens in the future. If he continues to grow, it's only a matter of time before he becomes an omnipotent, let alone a high god. After all, he has mastered the sword Tao and has great attainments in it. It's equivalent to obtaining a pass to become an omnipotent. If he really becomes an omnipotent in the future, our Myriad Art Academy will probably become a giant godly venerable level force. Everyone exclaimed. Most people were still in shock. There were also a few people whose expressions changed drastically. These people were from the Monorigin Spirit Sect. Many messages were sent to the Monorigin Spirit Sect. Elder, quickly send an expert to bring us back. Duan Lingtian has become a high god emperor. If we go back on our own, we might be stuck on the road forever. Elder, quickly inform the sect master. Myriad Art Academy's student Duan Lingtian has entered the trial grounds for 3 years. He has advanced from a high god emperor to a high god emperor and consolidated his cultivation. Lord Vice Sect Master, Duan Lingtian has come out. He has advanced to a high god emperor and consolidated his cultivation. Lord Vice Sect Master, Duan Lingtian is a monster. If I'm not mistaken, his current strength is no weaker than an ordinary low god. Chapter 42:15. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he was taken away by Lang Chunwan. It was one thing for his 4th senior to dislike being the center of attention, but why did she have to drag him down with her? Did she think he liked to be the center of attention? He still remembered that when 4th senior sister followed him out for the first time, she was quite envious when she saw that he had become the center of attention and the focus of discussion. Women were too fickle. Little junior brother, let's go back quickly. I just sent a message to 3rd senior brother to ask him to come back. He received my message but didn't reply for a long time. It seems like he was shocked by our progress in the trial grounds. I didn't expect 3rd senior brother to have such a day. Little junior brother, you have to work hard. Now, among the 5 of us in the inner palace, you're the only one who hasn't reached the ultimate god realm. When he followed Lang Chunwan back to the inner palace, Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard Lang Chunwan's last sentence. How old are you? You want to compete with me? Aren't you embarrassed? However, Duan Lingtian did not say it out loud in the end. When they returned to the inner palace, Duan Lingtian heard Lang Chunwan still talking about it like a senior educating a junior. He finally could not hold it in anymore. 4th senior sister, I'm not even 900 years old. Lang Chunwan was speechless when she heard that. She muttered after a while. I forgot. You're not even 900 years old. All right. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's ears could finally be considered to be in peace. However, not long after, 3rd senior brother Yang Yuchen returned. When Yang Yuchen returned, the first thing he did was not go to Lang Chunwan but to Duan Lingtian. He paused for a moment and praised, amazing. In 3 years, you've gone from the Upper Divine Emperor realm to the Upper Divine Emperor realm. What's more, you've consolidated your cultivation base. Little junior brother, since the trial grounds appeared, you're probably the one who improved the most. Yang Yuchen sighed. Just now, when he heard his 4th junior sister say that this little junior brother had stepped into the Upper God Emperor realm, and even consolidated his cultivation, he was really shocked. He ran back immediately. After confirming it, he was shocked, and a complicated look appeared in his eyes. It seemed that he had really picked up a good seedling for the inner palace. Such a good seedling is destined not to stay in the Wanda Law Palace for long. It's difficult for her to be restrained by the internal palace. It seems that 4th junior sister will be in charge of the internal palace for a long time in the future, until there is another ultimate god in the internal palace after little junior brother. Yang Yuchen thought to himself. Of course, he didn't dare to say those words out loud. Otherwise, his 4th junior sister beside him wouldn't agree to it. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian smiled. With my current strength, compared to 3rd senior brother, I still have a long way to go. What's there to compare with me? Yang Yuchen shook his head. When I was your age, I couldn't even compare to your pinky finger. Even the most outstanding eldest senior sister among our senior brothers and senior sisters couldn't compare to you at your age. It wasn't the first time Duan Lingtian heard Yang Yuchen mention eldest senior sister's talent. It sounded even more exaggerated than 4th senior sister Lang Chunwan. 3rd senior brother, Did eldest senior sister enter the ultimate god realm at fourth senior sister's age? Yang Yuchen was stunned by Duan Lingtian's question at first, then smiled faintly. When eldest senior sister was fourth senior sister's age, she was already a lower ultimate god who had killed many medium ultimate gods. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled when he heard that. Eldest senior sister was also so incredible? Little junior brother, I can't compare with senior sister. The gap is too big. At that moment, Lang Chunwan also began to shake her head. When she mentioned senior sister, a hint of fanaticism flashed in her eyes like a little fangirl. Fourth junior sister, you don't have to belittle yourself. Yang Yuchen smiled. At least, you're stronger than me and second senior brother. It's a good thing that there's an additional little junior brother in the inner palace. Otherwise, second senior brother and I, two men, would really be embarrassed in front of you and eldest senior sister. In Yang Yuchen's opinion, in terms of talent and comprehension, his little junior brother was definitely the first among the five in the inner palace. The second was eldest senior sister. The third was fourth junior sister. As for the fourth, it was him. Second senior brother was at the bottom. Before him, the inner palace had always been managed by his second senior brother, Hong Yifeng. Eldest senior sister had never officially managed the inner palace, and she had basically never appeared before the eyes of the people of the Myriad Law Palace. Thus, very few people knew of her existence. Therefore, everyone said that Yang Yuchen's talent was incredible, and that he was a rare genius in Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. When fourth junior sister, Lang Chunwan, appeared, many people said that fourth junior sister, Lang Chunwan's innate talent and comprehension were not inferior to his. In fact, she might even be better than him. Naturally, he knew that after this trial of God, the title of the number one genius in the history of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace would undoubtedly fall on his little junior brother, Duan Lingtian. Little junior brother is amazing. Lang Chunwan snorted. However, no matter how amazing he is, he's still my little junior brother. Little junior brother, when you're stronger than fourth senior sister in the future, you must protect her well. Lang Chunwan looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke like an elder. In fact, with her age, she was more than qualified to be Duan Lingtian's elder. However, she looked like a young girl, so it was strange. However, Duan Lingtian was used to it. Of course. Whoever dares to bully fourth senior sister is going against me. I won't let them off. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lang Chunwan immediately beamed with joy. She felt that she didn't dote on her little junior brother for nothing. Little junior brother, fourth junior sister, tell me about your experiences in the trial of God. Under normal circumstances, Yang Yuchen wouldn't be so curious. However, this time, his little junior brother, Duan Lingtian's cultivation had indeed increased by an exaggerated amount. It made it difficult for him to suppress his curiosity. As for asking about fourth junior sister, Lang Chunwan, it was actually just in passing. He was worried that she would get jealous if he only asked about his little junior brother and not her. If possible, he didn't want to anger this little Mississippi. After all, he still had to coax her to take over his position and take charge of the internal palace. He planned to go to the dimensional battlefield. I'll speak first. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to speak, Lang Chunwan beat him to it. Duan Lingtian only smiled slightly when he saw this. Then, he patiently looked at his fourth senior sister and waited for her to tell him about her experiences in the trial of God. Of course, there were some things he knew. For example, his fourth senior sister had gone to the heavenly South Continent's Feiyang divine nation and slaughtered all the upper god emperors in that divine nation. In his opinion, this was a very dangerous thing to do. Fortunately, nothing happened to his fourth senior sister. Another example was that during the divine nation battle in Heaven's Will Canyon, he also knew what happened after he met his fourth senior sister. While the three from the inner palace were chatting, the news of Duan Lingtian breaking through to the senior divine emperor stage had spread throughout the Myriad Arts Academy. For a time, everyone in the Myriad Arts Academy was shocked. A upper god emperor had only spent 3 years to enter the upper god emperor realm. Moreover, it was said that he had completely consolidated his cultivation base. What did this mean? It meant that he was going to directly break through to the ultimate God realm. While the entire 10,000 Arts Academy was in a state of shock, all the major ultimate God forces with people in 10,000 Arts Academy also received the news. Many people who received the news thought it was impossible at first and thought it was fake news. They did not even report it. It was only after repeated confirmation that they believed it to be true. Myriad Arts Academy's Duan Lingtian is actually so monstrous? If I knew he was so monstrous, I would have personally gone to Tunglung Province's Chunyang school and invited him to join our sect. I missed it. I missed it. The Monorigin Divine Sect seems to have a lot of conflict with him. I'm afraid they won't be able to sit still this time, right? The Monorigin Divine Sect might take the initiative to ask for peace. After all, this Duan Lingtian is too monstrous. He might not be a big threat to the Monorigin Divine Sect now, but who can guarantee that he won't be a big threat in the future? Give Duan Lingtian enough time. And I feel that it's only a matter of time before he becomes an omnipotent. When the people from the various major forces learned about Duan Lingtian's gains in the Trial of Gods, they were shocked. Not only that, but they were shocked as well. As one of the major forces in the Xiangang land, the Monorigin Divine Sect also received the news. After receiving the news, the Monorigin Divine Sect's sect leader immediately contacted the other vice sect leaders except for Lu Tianfeng, and decided to capture and imprison Lu Tianfeng. If there was no way to find an opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian in the future, they would wait for Duan Lingtian to grow stronger and send Lu Tianfeng out to vent their anger on Duan Lingtian. Of course, if there wasn't an opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian, they wouldn't act rashly. If Duan Lingtian survived, he would definitely be the Monorigin Divine Sect's mortal enemy in the future. Right now, it was only Lu Tianfeng who had a deep grudge against the other party. He ran away? However, when the Monorigin Spirit Sect's sect leader and the others wanted to secretly capture Lu Tianfeng, the vice sect leader of the Monorigin Spirit Sect, they discovered that the other party had already left the Monorigin Spirit Sect. It wasn't that someone had tipped him off that the Monorigin Divine Sect had decided to target him, but that he had chosen to leave as soon as he received the message from the Myriad Arts Academy. He knew what that message meant. He knew better than anyone how great the potential of a higher god emperor, who had consolidated his cultivation before the age of 1,000 was. Even in the history of the Xiangang land and the various planes of gods, there had never been such a monstrous genius who had achieved so much at such a young age. He even guessed that once the news reached the Monorigin Divine Sect's sect leader's ears, he would be targeted and used. Therefore he fled in advance. Damn it! That Duan Lingtian didn't die in there. Not only did he not die, but he also had such a great opportunity. He didn't believe that Duan Lingtian didn't have a fortuitous encounter to advance from a higher god emperor to a higher god emperor in 3 years. Chapter 42:16. As the vice leader of the Monorigin Spirit Sect, Lu Tianfeng naturally knew the moral character of the Monorigin Spirit Sect. They bullied the weak and feared the strong. Of course, it was the same even for him. If another vice leader of the Monorigin Spirit Sect had provoked the Duan Lingtian and offended the Duan Lingtian, he would also take the lead to support the capture of the other party and apologize to the Duan Lingtian. After all, it was not the Monorigin Spirit Sect that had directly offended the Duan Lingtian. However, the problem was that he had offended the Duan Lingtian this time. He was also the one who had ordered the destruction of the Duan Lingtian's hometown, the Mundane Plain, and the killing of the family and sect members of the Duan Lingtian's group of relatives and friends. In the beginning, the Monorigin Spirit Sect was unaware. It was entirely his idea. Therefore, there was room for maneuver between the Monorigin Spirit Sect and the Duan Lingtian. And he was the key. If I don't run, I'll almost certainly die. If I still stay in the Monorigin Spirit Sect, then I'm really crazy. After leaving the Monorigin Spirit Sect, Lu Tianfeng breathed a sigh of relief and resentment at the same time. Damn it! I actually let the Duan Lingtian gain the upper hand. It'll be difficult to kill him in the future. However, this time, because of him, I can only leave the Monorigin Divine Sect and betray the Monorigin Divine Sect. From now on, unless I hide, there will be no place for me, Lu Tianfeng, to hide in the profound Handle land. Lu Tianfeng was very clear that after this time, as the Duan Lingtian's achievements in the Myriad Law Palace's divine trial ground spread, not only would the major ultimate god forces be shaken, but even the giant ultimate god forces would also pay attention to the Duan Lingtian, and even try to rope in the Duan Lingtian. It was to the extent that some people and forces would target Lu Tianfeng in order to befriend Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you forced me to do this. Before you came to the Myriad Law Palace, you were from the Chunyang School. I'll start with Chunyang School. Lu Tianfeng's eyes flashed with a cold light. After destroying the Chunyang School, I'll leave the mystic Handle land, change my name, and find another realm of gods to live in. The world is so big, there will definitely be a place for me, Lu Tianfeng. Lu Tianfeng had made up his mind. He would leave after destroying Chunyang School. If he didn't leave and wanted to destroy other forces that were related to the Duan Lingtian, and that he had the ability to destroy, there would be a certain amount of risk. After all, after Duan Lingtian knew that Chunyang School was destroyed, he would definitely be prepared. It was even possible that his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, would personally go and hide in a force that was related to him. If he rashly charged in, he might be left behind there. He knew that he was no match for Yang Yuchen. Furthermore, Yang Yuchen's speed was very fast. He did not have the confidence to escape under Yang Yuchen's nose. Destroy Chunyang School, then leave. I won't miss it. As for the other forces that are related to the Duan Lingtian, in the future, when the limelight dies down, and after a few hundred or 1,000 years, there won't be any traps anymore, I'll come back and kill them all. Lu Tianfeng was very rational and clear-headed. He knew what he should do and what he should not do. Sometimes, a wrong decision would often ruin a person's life. Chunyang School. With anger towards Duan Lingtian in his heart, Lu Tianfeng's eyes were burning with anger. He directly flew towards Chunyang School. Chunyang School was also the sect in Tunglin province where Duan Lingtian had stayed before going to Myriad Law Palace. It was one of the top forces in Tunglin province. In Chunyang School, he also had people that he cared about. For example, Zhen Pingfan of Yin Peak. For example, Yi Qinfeng of Hidden Sword. Of course, now Yi Qinfeng was most likely no longer in Chunyang School. Myriad Law Palace. After the geniuses of the major forces came out of the trial grounds, they were personally picked up by the experts of the forces behind them. In particular, the Monorigin Divine Sect had sent several medium-level ultimate gods, as if they were afraid that their people would not be able to return and die on the way back. Many people were well aware of this. Although Duan Lingtian was also famous in the past, it was far from what it is today. After today, in the entire Xiangang land, I'm afraid that almost everyone will know about him. A medium-level ultimate god from the Nikhang Phoenix Pavilion this time, a beautiful woman with a beautiful face, said with emotion. At this moment, several geniuses of the Nikhang Phoenix Pavilion were by her side, including Tuoba Xiu and Zhang Tianjiao. Although Tuoba Xiu had also improved after entering the trial grounds this time, she had not broken through her current cultivation base. Zhang Tianjiao had broken through to the upper Divine Emperor realm, but there was still a long way to go before she could completely consolidate her cultivation base. Yes. Zhang Tianjiao nodded with emotion. 3 years ago he was only an upper Divine Emperor, 2 levels lower than me. Although many people said that he had the ability to fight against a medium-level ultimate god, I didn't think that he would be able to win against me. Now not only is his cultivation base not weaker than mine, it has even surpassed mine. Judging from his past achievements, he might be able to kill an ordinary ultimate god now, Zhang Tianjiao said with a bitter smile. Originally, I was wondering if I could develop a relationship with him, but now, I feel that I'm not good enough for him. At the side, Tuoba Xiu did not say anything and remained silent. However, deep in her eyes, there was a flash of sadness. Unknowingly, the distance between her and that young man had widened to such an extent that it was difficult to cross and made people feel despair. Let's go, the beautiful woman said and then left with Zhang Tianjiao, Tuoba Xiu and the others. At the same time, the medium-level ultimate gods from the major ultimate gods factions also left Myriad Doctrine Palace with their disciples, and returned to the factions behind them. Only the medium-level ultimate gods from the Monorigin divine sect were not in a hurry to leave with their disciples. Martial Granduncle, are we still not leaving? Mengyu, one of the two Monorigin divine sect's holy sons, frowned. He really did not want to continue staying in Myriad Doctrine Palace. Some people here were too abnormal. First, there was Lang Chunwan, then there was Duan Lingtian. Moreover, their senior brother, the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Doctrine Palace, Yang Yuchen, was also not simple. In the past, although Duan Lingtian had killed Wang Yinsheng, the Monorigin divine sect's holy son, he did not take it seriously because he did not think that Duan Lingtian had the ability to kill him. However, now that Duan Lingtian had come out of the trial grounds, the difference in cultivation level between him and Duan Lingtian had surpassed him in one leap. In the divine training grounds, he had only consolidated his cultivation as a middle god emperor. Furthermore, he had advanced a little, and could only be said to be not too far away from the upper god emperor realm. However, what about Duan Lingtian? Not only had he stepped into the upper level ultimate god realm, but he had also consolidated his cultivation level. He was a monster. There was no comparison. Mengyu was worried that he would feel inferior if he were to compare. Vice Sect Master Li has something to do. We'll leave when he's done. The Monorigin divine sect's medium-level ultimate god answered Mengyu's question. At the same time, the Monorigin divine sect's Vice Sect Master, Li Donghui, a medium-level ultimate god with impressive strength, had arrived at Myriad Doctrine Palace Master Su Baili's residence. Palace Master Su Li Donghui pays his respects. Li Donghui appeared to be very respectful in front of Su Baili, and even bowed to him. After all, the person in front of him was not only the Palace Master of Myriad Doctrine Palace, but also a powerful upper-level ultimate god. Even the Monorigin divine sect's upper-level ultimate god was not confident in defeating him. What's the matter? Su Baili seemed a little impatient in front of the Monorigin divine sect's Vice Sect Master. Although Li Donghui could sense the other party's impatience, he did not show any dissatisfaction or dare to show any dissatisfaction. Palace Master Su, I'm here to meet Vice Palace Master Yang's junior brother, Duan Lingtian. I wonder if it's convenient for you? You want to meet Duan Lingtian? Su Baili looked at him deeply. What? You still haven't given up? You still want to avenge Wang Yinsheng? You've misunderstood, Palace Master Su. Li Donghui quickly shook his head and smiled bitterly. I'm here to meet Duan Lingtian in hopes that he can bury the hatchet with the Monorigin divine sect. I'm not here to pick a fight. Bury the hatchet. Su Baili laughed and sneered. You know very well what the Monorigin divine sect has done. Now that Duan Lingtian is about to soar, you're here to bury the hatchet? Ridiculous. Previously, when a teacher attacked Duan Lingtian in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, Su Baili was completely enraged. He could guess that it was the Monorigin divine sect's doing. If not for the lack of evidence, he would have personally gone to the Monorigin divine sect to denounce them. Even so, it did not affect his dislike of the Monorigin divine sect. Palace Master Su, the Monorigin divine sect has targeted Duan Lingtian many times because of our former Vice Sect Master, Lu Tianfeng. It has nothing to do with the Monorigin divine sect. Li Donghui said. Former Vice Sect Master? Su Baili raised an eyebrow. Li Donghui said, Palace Master Su, before we set off, the Monorigin divine sect expelled Lu Tianfeng from the sect. If he had not escaped first, he would have been a prisoner of the Monorigin divine sect by now. I'm here mainly to ask for your help in introducing me to Duan Lingtian. Let me make things clear, so that he doesn't misunderstand the Monorigin divine sect. Of course, even if he doesn't have a direct conflict with the Monorigin divine sect, it's a fact that he has a conflict with Lu Tianfeng. After all, Lu Tianfeng is a member of the Monorigin divine sect, so we're willing to compensate him. Li Donghui explained patiently. Su Baili understood the meaning behind his words. He wanted to give Duan Lingtian some benefits to resolve the conflict between the Monorigin divine sect and the Duan Lingtian. I'll help you contact his senior brother, Yang Yuchen. As for whether he's willing to meet you, it's not up to me to decide. Su Baili said indifferently. He could not make the decision for Duan Lingtian. Of course. Li Donghui said. A member of the Monorigin divine sect? A truce? Chapter 42:17. The Monorigin divine sect was a heavyweight ultimate god force in the Mystic Handle land. With a high-level ultimate god, they would not compromise with a high-level ultimate god. Even if this high-level ultimate god had the ability to kill an ordinary ultimate god. However, when this high-level ultimate god was a peerless genius, and even had a powerful force protecting him, everything was different. Duan Lingtian knew very well that the Monorigin divine sect wanted to make peace with him only because they realized that his talent and comprehension were monstrous, and that he would rise in the future. In addition, with the Myriad Law Academy as his backing, he was not worried that the Monorigin divine sect would dare to send people to kill him. Under such circumstances, as long as he did not run around, it would not be difficult for him to grow. It was also under such circumstances that the Monorigin divine sect would feel threatened. A high-level ultimate god who was not even 1,000 years old, and had mastered a high-grade ultimate god weapon, and the four Daos of heaven and earth might be able to kill an ordinary ultimate god. How could the Monorigin divine sect not be worried when such an existence grew up in the future? I'm not interested in meeting him, Duan Lingtian said. However, hearing this, Yang Yuchen smiled and said, Little junior brother, I suggest you meet him, and then make some requests. If the Monorigin divine sect can do it, it's fine for you to bury the hatchet with them. If they can't do it, then there's no need for peace talks. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly at Yang Yuchen's words. As Yang Yuchen continued to speak, his expression became solemn as he realized that he had been rash earlier. When you meet the vice leader of the Monorigin divine sect, your first request is for the Monorigin divine sect to capture Lu Tianfeng and send him to you. Although I'm not very familiar with Lu Tianfeng, I've heard some of his deeds. He's a vengeful person. Right now he's escaping from the Monorigin divine sect. Although it's not directly related to you, it's indirectly related. He might even think that it's all because of you. Under such circumstances, he'll definitely target you. However, you're in the Myriad Law Academy, so he can't target you even if he wants to. Under such circumstances, he can only target people or forces related to you. This kind of person, you should beat him to death with a stick. If you keep him alive, sooner or later he will be a disaster. As soon as Yang Yuchen finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's expression completely changed. Chunyang School. He immediately thought of Chunyang School. Then, she thought of the places where she had stayed before she went to Chunyang School. To be more precise, it was those forces. For example, the Linghu family. For example, the Tianlong clan. Since Lu Tianfeng was a native of the realms of gods, he was not worried about Lu Tianfeng causing trouble in the lower realms. After all, Lu Tianfeng was a native of the realms of gods. His strength would be restricted in the lower realms. If Lu Tianfeng himself dared to go, one of his law's avatars could easily make him stay. Now the only thing he couldn't guarantee was the safety of the people of those forces he had stayed in after coming to the profound Handle land. He might not have much of a sense of belonging to those forces, but there were some people he cared about. If something happened to those people because of him, thinking of this, Duan Lingtian felt his scalp tingle. Don't worry. Seeing that Duan Lingtian's expression had changed greatly and seemed to want to leave Myriad Arts Academy, Yang Yuchen smiled and said, Before this, of my 3 law's avatars, one went to Chunyang School, one went to the Tianlong clan, and the last one went to the Linghu family. If Lu Tianfeng shows up, even if my law's avatars can't make him stay, it'll be difficult for him to succeed. The main reason I asked you to make a request to the Monorigin spirit sect is to get them to cooperate with my law's avatars to make Lu Tianfeng stay. If I'm here, it won't be difficult to make him stay. However, my law's avatars can at most stop him from attacking the Chunyang school and the Linghu family. Hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time he was shocked. His third senior brother had 3 law's avatars, and he was confident that he could stop Lu Tianfeng from attacking the forces he cared about? Didn't that mean that his 3 law's avatars had extremely high attainments in the laws they corresponded to? that the other two laws were not weaker than the one he was most proficient in? Amidst the shock, Duan Lingtian thought of his trip to the trial grounds and the other laws that had strengthened and improved, and he felt somewhat relieved. His third senior brother might have also improved his other laws through a similar route. It was normal for some of the more common laws to improve faster. For example, the 5 elemental laws that he mastered had improved the fastest during this trip to the trial grounds. It had even surpassed the time law and life law that he was more proficient in previously. As a reward, the laws had not only improved his divine power, but also his laws. Those laws were mostly the 5 elemental laws. Currently, the law that he was most proficient in was the space law. However, below that were the 5 elemental laws. Of course, the 5 elemental laws also had differences in strength. For example, the fire law and the earth law that he had come into contact with earlier were stronger than the other 3 laws. I'll go see him. After listening to his third senior brother Yang Yuchen, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate and immediately went to see the Monorigin sect's deputy leader, Li Donghui. Li Donghui greets brother Duan. Although it was Li Donghui's first time meeting Duan Lingtian, and he was the deputy leader of the Monorigin sect, he was very humble in front of Duan Lingtian. This also made Duan Lingtian sigh in his heart. After all, the Monorigin sect was a heavyweight ultimate god-level force. Not everyone in it was reckless and incompetent. Of course, Duan Lingtian met Li Donghui under the accompaniment of the Myriad Law Academy's palace master, Su Baili. This was also Su Baili's request. He did not dare to let anything happen to Duan Lingtian. In particular, now that Duan Lingtian had displayed extremely monstrous talent and strength, if something really happened to him in the Myriad Law Academy, he was not afraid of the other 3 people in the inner palace, including Yang Yuchen. However, he had to be wary of the strongest person in the inner palace, the eldest senior sister of the inner palace. If something happened to Duan Lingtian, and that person really made a scene, it was uncertain whether the Myriad Law Academy could continue to exist. At the very least, no one in the current generation of the Myriad Law Academy, including himself, could control that person. Unless there was a supreme expert who took action to protect the Myriad Law Academy. However, if there was no accident, there was also a supreme expert behind that person. I've already heard the reason for your visit from my third senior brother. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Donghui and said indifferently, "It's not impossible for the Monorigin sect to bury the hatchet with me." When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Li Donghui's eyes brightened. "Brother Duan, if you have any requests, feel free to state them." The sect leader also said that as long as it's within the means of the Monorigin sect, we won't refuse. I won't mention the other requests for the time being. We'll talk about them after you've fulfilled the first one. Duan Lingtian stared deeply at Li Donghui and said, "Since you said that Lu Tianfeng was the instigator of all this, you should capture him and bring him to me first. If you can't even fulfill this request, there's nothing left for me to discuss with the Monorigin sect. As for whether I'll settle the score with you in the future, that'll depend on my mood." After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he turned and left, not giving Li Donghui a chance to speak again. Li Donghui was left standing on the spot, his expression fluctuating. After a while, he shook his head and bid farewell to Su Baili. "Palace Master Su, I'll take my leave first. Please reply to Duan Lingtian, and tell him that the Monorigin sect will do everything in their power to capture Lu Tianfeng." After Li Donghui left, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he learned from Yang Yuchen that Li Donghui's reply had been relayed by the Palace Master of Myriad Arts Academy. "Third senior brother, I didn't tell him that Lu Tianfeng might cause trouble for the Chunyang school, the Tianlong clan, and the Linghu family. Would they have thought of this?" Yang Yuchen shook his head and smiled. "Little junior brother, you're underestimating the Monorigin sect too much if you think that way. Since Lu Tianfeng used to be the vice leader of the Monorigin sect, do you think there are few people who know him? Don't worry. The Monorigin sect will definitely send people to those 3 forces." Duan Lingtian was relieved to hear this. At the same time, a cold killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. If Lu Tianfeng was defeated this time, then so be it. If he wasn't, then he would have to find him eventually. Otherwise, leaving him alive would be a disaster. The Monorigin sect. Before the few medium-level ultimate gods who had gone to pick up Duan Lingtian from Myriad Arts Academy returned, the Monorigin sect leader ordered the other medium-level ultimate gods in the sect to gather. Then, orders were issued one after another. The medium-level ultimate gods were quickly divided into two groups and headed to the Chunyang school and the Linghu family respectively. As for the Tianlong clan, they were naturally not left out. The medium-level ultimate gods who had gone to pick up Duan Lingtian from Myriad Arts Academy were to change their route halfway and head directly to the Tianlong clan. If they found Lu Tianfeng, they were to capture him and bring him back. If they could not capture him, they were to kill him and bring his corpse back. At the very least, they had to bring the corpse back. I hope everything goes smoothly. Otherwise, I'll have to think of a way to get rid of Duan Lingtian. After all the orders were issued, the Monorigin sect leader stepped into the air and hovered above the Monorigin sect's encampment. He looked into the distance and muttered to himself. However, this kind of heaven-defying monster usually has great luck and won't be so easy to kill. No one would have thought that the monarch god cult sect master, a high-level god venerable, would be so fearful of a high-level god emperor. It was as if he wasn't facing a high-level god emperor, but a high-level god venerable. At the same time, Lu Tianfeng had also arrived in Tungleng province and was near the Chunyang school. Chunyang school, a sect that has only produced one higher ultimate god in recent years. I'll destroy your entire sect within 2 hours. At this time, Lu Tianfeng was full of murderous intent and directly rushed into the Chunyang school. His violent power was like an exploding sun as it crashed into the Chunyang school's protective formation. In the next moment, the Chunyang school's protective formation was directly shattered without even trembling. Boom. Rumble. At this moment, the entire Chunyang school shook as if doomsday had arrived. Chapter 42:18. The entire Chunyang school was shaken. In the next moment, figures from all the branches of Chunyang school rose into the sky. Their auras were powerful, and their divine powers were overwhelming. Who are you? How dare you destroy our Chunyang school's outer defensive formation? Who are you? What grudge do you have with our Chunyang school? You're a godly venerable expert. Chunyang school shouldn't have any grudges with you, right? At that moment, the people from all the branches of Chunyang school rose into the sky. They were the leaders of all the branches, including Zhen Yunfeng from Yunfeng's branch. Everyone from Chunyang school had come out. The Chunyang school's sect master also came out. The arrival of a godly venerable expert and the destruction of Chunyang school's outer defensive formation made them feel a great threat. At the same time, they were a little flustered. On the horizon, Lu Tianfeng stood in the air with a mocking smile on his face. How dare you call yourself a godly venerable rank sect, when I easily destroyed such a great sect protection formation? Ridiculous. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Tianfeng struck again with his palm. His aura was as powerful as Mount Tai. Bang! In the next moment, his palm also landed on Chunyang school's encampment. This palm was even more powerful than his previous attack. He wanted to kill some of the people in Chunyang school. However, the next moment, the scene caused Lu Tianfeng to be involuntarily stunned. He saw that a second defensive formation barrier had appeared in Chunyang school and blocked Lu Tianfeng's attack. Although the formation shook a few times, it was not destroyed. This was Chunyang school's inner defensive formation. Chunyang school's defensive formation was divided into an inner formation and an outer formation. The outer formation was used to defend against ordinary enemies. It could not be destroyed by those below the level of a godly venerable. Only those above the level of a godly venerable could destroy it. At the same time, the outer formation did not consume much energy. Even if it was continuously activated, the amount of energy consumed was like a drop in the bucket for Chunyang school. As for the inner formation, it was able to defend against the attacks of godly venerable rank experts. Once the inner array was activated, it would consume a lot of energy. It could even shake the foundation of Chunyang school. The inner array could withstand a lesser ultimate god. However, a medium-level ultimate god could only hold on for a short period of time. Moreover, There was also the danger of being breached after a period of time. In the meantime, the Pure Sun sect could make use of the connections established by their ancestors to seek help from some godly venerable rank experts. Humph. It's actually divided into two formations. Lu Tianfeng's expression changed and he attacked again. The formation only shook slightly, and there were no signs of it shattering. At the same time, he began to curse in his heart. This sect that doesn't even have a high god emperor actually has such a great sect protecting array. Damn it. In his opinion, such a great sect protection array should not exist in such a weak sect. Who are you? Sir, how did our Chunyang school offend you? At that moment, a group of medium-level ultimate gods in Chunyang school, including the Chunyang school's sect master, rose into the air and stared at Lu Tianfeng with a gloomy expression. During the last 7 prefectures feast, although Duanling Tian had helped Chunyang school obtain many places to enter the Sacred Land's secret territory, the Sacred Land's secret territory had not opened yet. Therefore, although Chunyang school had many medium-level ultimate gods, they did not have the opportunity to enter the realm of Upper God Emperor. However, although they were only medium-level ultimate gods, under the protection of Chunyang school's sect protecting formation, they were not afraid of the existence in front of them who was obviously an ultimate god. After all, it was the other party who had been rude to them first. Go ask Duanling Tian. Lu Tianfeng laughed coldly, and then attacked Chunyang school's sect protecting formation again. Even if you have enough time to wait for reinforcements, before that, I can still attack your Chunyang school's sect protecting formation, and make your Chunyang school suffer heavy losses. Your Chunyang school's sect protecting formation's inner formation must have consumed a lot of energy, right? After saying that, Lu Tianfeng continued to attack with a mocking smile on his face. Now he was in a bad mood, very bad mood. He had thought that he could destroy Chunyang school, but he did not expect the Chunyang school to have such a powerful sect protecting formation. It could hold on until the other party sent a message to Duanling Tian, and then Duanling Tian would call for reinforcements. At this moment, Lu Tianfeng was actually a little regretful in his heart. If I had known, I would have chosen the Tianlong clan or the Linghu family. When he was still in the Monorigin spirit sect, Lu Tianfeng had investigated Duanling Tian's background thoroughly. Naturally, he also knew that Duanling Tian had entered the Tianlong clan after leaving the Linghu family, then went to Chunyang school, and finally to Myriad Arts Academy. This time, he chose Chunyang school as his target mainly because he felt that Duanling Tian had just left Chunyang school. Destroying Chunyang school would be more painful for him. However, he did not expect Chunyang school to be such a tough opponent. Chunyang school's sect protecting formation was definitely not something that only 1 or 2 godly venerables, or even less than 10 godly venerables, could possess. He was sure of that. However, according to his investigation, Chunyang school had indeed never had more than 10 godly venerables in the history of the school. Moreover, he had never heard of a medium-level godly venerables. It should have something to do with the founder of Chunyang school. That person is more mysterious. When Lu Tianfeng thought of this, he was both depressed and helpless. He knew that he had made the wrong choice. Moreover, he only had this one chance to make a choice. From the moment he attacked Chunyang school, he had alerted the enemy. Now Duanling Tian must have received the message, and perhaps someone had already come here to kill him. The only thing he could do now was to attack Chunyang school's sect protecting formation more, and make Chunyang school bleed more. In this way, he could find some psychological balance. Duanling Tian's enemy? At some point, Zhen Pingfan had also flown up from Yunfeng's branch, and came to the side of his father, Zhen Yunfeng. He looked at Lu Tianfeng, who was still attacking Chunyang school's sect protecting formation again and again. Trash. Suddenly, Zhen Pingfan spoke in an indifferent tone. As a godly venerables, you can't do anything to Duanling Tian, so you came to Chunyang school to vent your anger. Doing this today, in the next millennium tribulation. A cowardly piece of trash like you won't even be able to survive the inner demon tribulation, right? As soon as Zhen Pingfan spoke, every word hit the nail on the head. It also made Lu Tianfeng's expression change drastically. Originally, he had never thought about this. He also did not think that there was anything wrong with targeting Chunyang School when he could not do anything to Duan Lingtian. However, now that he had been exposed in public, he was a little angry at this moment, no matter how thick-skinned he was. That was because he was struck in the heart. Boy. Lu Tianfeng attacked Chunyang School's sect-protecting formation while everyone looked on with ugly expressions. At the same time, he looked at Zhen Pingfan with lightning eyes. You called me trash. Do you dare to come out? If you dare to come out, as long as you can survive one blow from me, I'll let Chunyang School off the hook. Do you dare to? At the end of his sentence, Lu Tianfeng's face was full of contempt. At this time, Zhen Pingfan did not pay attention to Lu Tianfeng. Instead, he directly said to the people around him, Father, senior brother, I just asked Duan Lingtian. This person is the former vice leader of the Monorigin sect, Lu Tianfeng. He's just a stray dog. Now the Monorigin sect, a heavyweight godly venerables force, has taken the initiative to seek peace with Duan Lingtian. He can't compare to Duan Lingtian at all. It's because of this that he came to Chunyang School to attack Duan Lingtian. He's just a coward and trash. He won't dare to stay for too long. Duan Lingtian has already informed the Monorigin sect to send people to kill Lu Tianfeng. Now someone should be arriving at Chunyang School soon. Zhen Pingfan said. Of course, the last sentence was added by Zhen Pingfan himself. At this moment, Yang Yuchen, or to be precise, Yang Yuchen's law clone, who was hiding in the dark on the horizon, could not help but frown slightly. At the same time, Yang Yuchen's original body, which was with Duan Lingtian in Myriad Arts Academy, sighed. Little junior brother, were you the one who told Zhen Pingfan to say that someone from the Monorigin sect is arriving at Chunyang School? No. Duan Lingtian was stunned at first, then shook his head. I just told him that the Monorigin sect promised me that they would target Lu Tianfeng, so he didn't have to worry. Then he must have added those words himself, hoping that Lu Tianfeng would retreat as soon as possible. Yang Yuchen sighed. Originally, this Lu Tianfeng should still be able to stay for a while. But now, I'm afraid he won't be able to stay for long. This time, it'll be a little difficult to kill him. Yang Yuchen said. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian frowned, and at the same time, his expression changed slightly. Yang Yuchen told Duan Lingtian the situation at the scene. Duan Lingtian also smiled bitterly in an instant. It's my fault for not being too high-profile and scaring the other party away. I didn't expect that he would still say something to scare the other party. Now, I can only hope that the other party won't be frightened by him. Although Duan Lingtian was not present at the scene at Chunyang School, his third senior brother Yang Yuchen's law clone was present. Therefore, the moment Lu Tianfeng attacked the Chunyang School, he knew that Lu Tianfeng had gone to Chunyang School. Lu Tianfeng was frightened by him. Yang Yuchen shook his head. Duan Lingtian was also somewhat helpless at this time. In his anxiety, he sent a message to Zhen Pingfan, asking him to deliberately pretend to be guilty, so that the other party would lower his guard. After receiving Duan Lingtian's message, Zhen Pingfan's eyes flashed with a trace of regret. He had screwed up the big picture. It turned out that Duan Lingtian and his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, the vice palace master of Myriad Arts Academy, had planned to use the Chunyang School's protective array to buy time and wait for the Monorigin sect to arrive. Then, Yang Yuchen's law clone would join forces with the Monorigin sect to detain Lu Tianfeng. However, just now he had scared Lu Tianfeng, and it was very likely that Lu Tianfeng would leave early. In this way, the Monorigin sect would not be able to arrive in time, and Yang Yuchen's law clone would also have a hard time detaining the other party. Elder Zhen, you must find a way to detain Lu Tianfeng. If we don't kill Lu Tianfeng this time, it'll be difficult to kill him again. Duan Lingtian's message also made Zhen Pingfan anxious, but at the same time, he tried to calm himself down and pretend to be guilty. However, he soon found that Lu Tianfeng was not paying attention to him. When he attacked the Chunyang School's protective array again, he was obviously distracted. Was he really frightened by me? Chapter 42:19. Zhen Pingfan really wanted to cry. This guy, can't you see my guilty conscience? I lied to you. I really lied to you. Now he really regretted it. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have scared this guy. He was so scared that he was attacking Chunyang School's sect-protecting formation absent-mindedly. Trash. In a moment of desperation, Zhen Pingfan looked at Lu Tianfeng with contempt and disdain. It's definitely a wise move for the Monorigin spirit sect to remove you from the sect. A trash like you doesn't deserve to be the leader of the Monorigin spirit sect. Trash. If you have the ability, break our Chunyang School sect-protecting formation, and then kill me. Zhen Pingfan deliberately angered Lu Tianfeng, thinking that as long as Lu Tianfeng hated him enough, maybe he would stay for a while longer. However, what he didn't expect was that after hearing his words, Lu Tianfeng's face was full of disdain as if he had seen through his thoughts. Kid, when I used reverse psychology on others, you weren't even out of your mother's womb. Don't worry, if there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely kill you. As for this time, I'll spare your life for the time being. The moment his words left his mouth, Lu Tianfeng no longer attacked the Pure Sun sect. Instead, he looked at the people from the Pure Sun sect and sneered. Tell Duanling Tian that I'll leave the Profound Handle land immediately. He can protect you for a while, but he can't protect you forever. There will be a day when I, Lu Tianfeng, will return. At that time, all of you will die. And you? Finally, Lu Tianfeng looked at Zhen Pingfan. The corner of his mouth was even colder. Kid, live well until I come again. At that time, as you wish, I'll kill you. As soon as Lu Tianfeng said this, Zhen Pingfan realized that he was going to run away and immediately said, Trash, if you want to kill me, do it now. You said that in the future. When that time comes, Duanling Tian will probably be able to crush you with one finger. Who do you think you are? Zhen Pingfan tried to provoke Lu Tianfeng further. However, Lu Tianfeng didn't pay him any attention. He directly stepped into the air and unleashed his divine energy, preparing to leave. Kid, enjoy the remaining time you have. Before leaving, Lu Tianfeng looked at Zhen Pingfan and said, I will remember you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Tianfeng didn't wait for Zhen Pingfan to speak again before he moved, and he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that intended to ride the wind and leave. However, at this critical moment, just as Zhen Pingfan's expression turned ugly, whoosh, a ray of fire suddenly scattered across the sky, enveloping Lu Tianfeng within it, causing his fleeing figure to pause for a moment. Who are you? Being blocked, Lu Tianfeng's expression changed slightly. Were they from the Monorigin divine cult? So fast. In the next moment, a young man in fiery red robes blocked Lu Tianfeng's path. He stared at Lu Tianfeng indifferently. The moment this person appeared, many of the higher-ups of Chunyang School could not help but exclaim in surprise. It's Vice Palace Master Yang. Vice Palace Master Yang. The Vice Palace Master of Myriad Art Academy. In the past, he had personally come to Chunyang School to welcome Duanling Tian. So many of the higher-ups of Chunyang School had seen and recognized him. Among the higher-ups of Chunyang School, Lu Fenggu's eyes suddenly lit up. Vice Palace Master Yang is here personally. Lu Tianfeng has nowhere to run. Although Yang Yuchen was a medium-level ultimate god like Lu Tianfeng, he was not an ordinary medium-level ultimate god. It was said that he was one of the top among medium-level ultimate gods. Some of the weaker higher-level ultimate gods might not even be as strong as him. Martial uncle. While the eyes of many of the higher-ups of Chunyang School lit up, Zhen Pingfan said with a wry smile, Martial uncle, Vice Palace Master Yang is only here with a law doppelganger. And it doesn't seem to be the strongest law doppelganger. Almost at the same time Zhen Pingfan finished speaking, Lu Tianfeng, who was preparing to leave, was once again stopped by Yang Yuchen. However, Lu Tianfeng didn't pay him any attention. He just didn't want to meet force with force, and he was focused on escaping. Yang Yuchen, this is only a law doppelganger of yours. You can't stop me. Lu Tianfeng sneered. Yang Yuchen also smiled. Lu Tianfeng, this is indeed my law doppelganger. Moreover, it's mainly my law of fire and not my law doppelganger which I specialize in. Under such circumstances, are you not going to fight me? Humph. Lu Tianfeng snorted. Yang Yuchen, you don't have to provoke me. You want to restrain me and wait for the Monorigin divine cult to come, right? You can't stop me. Lu Tianfeng was not a fool. When Zhen Pingfan spoke earlier, he realized that he had forgotten something. That was, while the Monorigin divine cult had abandoned him, they could have made peace with Duan Lingtian. They could even hit it off and target him. Many people in the Monorigin divine cult knew his character. It was not difficult to guess that he would take revenge on Duan Lingtian after leaving the Monorigin divine cult. At that moment, he was even a little afraid. Fortunately, someone had reminded him. Otherwise, when the Monorigin divine cult arrived, he might have really stayed here. The Monorigin divine cult would definitely send people who were confident in dealing with him. At least 2 medium ultimate gods would be able to firmly hold him down. Therefore, he was ready to leave at that time. However, he did not expect that when he was ready to leave, he would be intercepted by Yang Yuchen's law doppelganger. Obviously, Yang Yuchen had also guessed that he would take revenge on Duan Lingtian. His law doppelganger had arrived in advance. He could even guess why Yang Yuchen only had one law doppelganger here. The other law doppelganger who could stop him from attacking another force was most likely in the Tianlong clan, or the Linghu family. Because of this, he did not underestimate Yang Yuchen's law of fire doppelganger, just because it was the law doppelganger he was most proficient in. For Yang Yuchen to be able to send this law's avatar over, it was definitely not to send him to his death. Subsequently, Yang Yuchen repeatedly intercepted him and made him realize this point. At the same time, he was quite shocked. Yang Yuchen is really a monster. Just a law of fire doppelganger is so powerful. An ordinary medium ultimate god is definitely no match for his law of fire doppelganger. The more this was so, the more Lu Tianfeng's desire to live was stimulated. After chasing Yang Yuchen's law of fire doppelganger for a while, he finally got rid of it. Go to the realm battlefield immediately and leave the Xiangang land. After escaping from Yang Yuchen's law of fire doppelganger, Lu Tianfeng did not dare to stay any longer, and immediately prepared to enter the realm battlefield. He would then leave the Xiangang land through the realm battlefield, and go to other realms of gods. With his strength, it would be easy for him to go to other realms of gods. He got away. Myriad Art Academy. Yang Yuchen looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. That Lu Tianfeng is not weak. My law of fire doppelganger can't stop him. What a pity. If Lu Tianfeng wanted to kill Chunyang School, his law of fire doppelganger could stop him. However, if he wanted to escape, it would be difficult for him to stop him. It is a pity. Duan Lingtian also sighed and at the same time, repeatedly comforted Zhen Pingfan, who was sending him a message to apologize. Elder Zhen, let him escape. He's just a stray dog. One day, I'll find him and kill him. Although Duan Lingtian said so, he could not help but feel a little worried. After all, it was not that easy to kill a mid-level god emperor who wanted to hide. Moreover, he could not let his third senior brother's law of fire doppelganger stay in Chunyang School, the Tianlong clan, and the Linghu family forever. If Lu Tianfeng made a comeback in the future and attacked them again, how would he deal with it? But it won't be that soon. He must be worried that I'll send some experts to guard them this time. He'll definitely make a comeback in a certain period of time. Before that, I just need to send a few mid-level ultimate gods to guard Chunyang School, the Tianlong clan, and the Linghu family. Although his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, would not reject Duan Lingtian's request, and would allow his clones to stay in the Pure Sun sect, the Heavenly Dragon sect, and the Linghu clan, Duan Lingtian's third senior brother would not reject him. However, that was not realistic. Moreover, he did not have the face to ask for this favor. What had he done for his third senior brother? What right did he have to do so much for him? On the contrary, Yang Yuchen had done so much for him that he felt like he owed him a huge favor. Little junior brother. Yang Yuchen spoke at this time. For the next period of time, my 3 law of fire doppelganger will stay near Chunyang School, the Tianlong clan, and the Linghu family, until I go to the planar battlefield. The moment Yang Yuchen's words left his mouth, apart from feeling touched, Duan Lingtian was also slightly shocked. Third senior brother was going to the planar battlefield? This idea happened to coincide with his. Third senior brother, you're going to the planar battlefield? If you leave, what will happen to the internal palace branch? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. The internal palace branch had a rule that someone had to be there at all times to prevent them from being unable to do anything when Myriad Arts Academy was in trouble. In the past, his third senior brother could go out to the planar battlefield because his second senior brother was there to oversee the internal palace branch. Later, his second senior brother took all his Law of Fire doppelganger and entered the planar battlefield, leaving the internal palace branch to his third senior brother Yang Yuchen, who was already an ultimate god. Since then, his third senior brother Yang Yuchen had been bound by the internal palace branch. Third senior brother, you can't be. Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of a person who had just broken through to the divine venerable stage. That person seemed to fit the requirement of being in charge of the inner palace. Don't tell me he's planning to hand over the inner palace to fourth senior sister? Why not? Yang Yuchen was not surprised that Duan Lingtian had guessed this. He smiled faintly and said, "Fourth junior sister, since you've already entered the ultimate god realm, you should take on the responsibility of overseeing the internal palace branch." As a disciple of the internal palace branch, while enjoying the various benefits of the internal palace branch, it is also their duty to take on responsibilities. Yang Yuchen spoke with a strong sense of righteousness, but Duan Lingtian knew that he was just trying to pass on the responsibility, who said that every disciple of the internal palace branch had to take on the responsibility of overseeing the internal palace branch. As far as he knew, his first senior sister had never really taken charge of the internal palace branch. Even when she was still in charge of the internal palace branch, she had always passed on the responsibility to his second senior brother. This was what his third senior brother Yang Yuchen had told him. Third senior brother. Is this reliable? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. His third senior brother was really careless. Was he not afraid that his fourth senior sister, as the current overseer of the internal palace branch, would turn the Myriad Arts Academy upside down? I believe in fourth junior sister. Yang Yuchen smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian. Little junior brother, what do you plan to do next? My suggestion is for you to explore the planar battlefield and train yourself. The planar battlefield is very similar to the Trial of Gods, but it's crueler and better for training. Chapter 42:20. Back then, I entered the realm battlefield and broke through to the ultimate god realm. So did eldest senior sister. So did second senior brother. Yang Yuchen said, although little junior sister didn't make her breakthrough in the realm battlefield, she made her breakthrough in the trial lands of gods that are similar to the realm battlefield. It won't be easy for you to break through to the ultimate god realm. The realm battlefield is the best option for you to break through to the ultimate god realm as soon as possible. Yang Yuchen's expression turned solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. Third senior brother. Duan Lingtian smiled. When I was still in the trial lands of gods, I planned to go to the realm battlefield as soon as I came out. What you said is exactly the same as my thoughts. Yang Yuchen was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he smiled and said, I'm overthinking. I thought you'd enjoy a more peaceful life. However, now that I think about it, you must have gone through countless life and death situations to achieve this at such a young age. Since you're going to enter the realm battlefield, let's travel together. I'll bring you along for a while and let you travel alone, Yang Yuchen said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened when he heard this. Third senior brother, I can follow you around the realm battlefield and learn from you. However, I don't plan to stay in the realm battlefield where the mystic handle land and the pilgrimage ground meet. I want to go to the realm battlefield where the divine offering land and the sanctioned land meet. Ever since the first realm of gods appeared, the second and third realms of gods appeared one after another. However, there were no more realms of gods after the 18 realms of gods appeared. Since ancient times, the number of realms of gods had remained at 18. Every 10,000 years, 2 realms of gods would meet and form a realm battlefield. The 18 realms of gods would meet in pairs and form 9 realm battlefields. Moreover, each realm battlefield had a name. For example, this time, the mystic handle land and the pilgrimage grounds intersected to form a plain battlefield, and that plain battlefield was called the mystic Zen battlefield. The realm battlefield where the divine offering land and the sanctioned land met was called the battlefield of divine judgment. You want to go to the God's judgment battlefield? Yang Yuchen raised an eyebrow. The planar battlefield is more or less the same. In there, most of them are alone. Even if they occasionally cooperate with others, it is only a temporary cooperation for the sake of profit. You went to the God's Inquisition battlefield for your wife. Yang Yuchen had heard about Duan Lingtian from Hualao when he was in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Yang Yuchen muttered to himself for a moment, and then said, I won't waste too much of your time. Follow me into the profound handle grounds and explore for 10 years. After 10 years, you can begin to travel alone. Thank you, third senior brother. Duan Lingtian thanked Yang Yuchen profusely. At the same time, he knew that he could learn a lot by traveling with Yang Yuchen. He could even be more tolerant of mistakes. Even if he provoked some powerful ultimate gods, he would not be afraid. It was said that his third senior brother was one of the best medium-level ultimate gods, a top-level medium-level ultimate god. He even suspected that his third senior brother might be able to kill a higher ultimate god. Naturally, it was only a suspicion. After all, a higher ultimate god's divine power was much stronger than an intermediate ultimate god's. It was difficult to overcome that gap with other means. Moreover, a person who could cultivate to the higher ultimate god must have high innate talent and comprehension. There were no mediocre higher ultimate gods. If one lacked innate talent, and only relied on external help, even the son of a supreme expert would be stuck at the lower ultimate god realm at most. When one reached the ultimate god realm, even in places like the realms of gods and the divine trials, one would need to have sufficient innate talent and comprehension to absorb the rewards. If one did not have innate talent and comprehension, the rewards would disappear if they did not absorb the rewards for a long time. In the following period of time, I will find an opportunity to greet fourth junior sister, and then set off with you to the planar battlefield. After leaving the 10,000 Laws Palace, before heading to the planar battlefield, if you want to meet anyone, I can accompany you to meet them. Don't go alone, Yang Yuchen said. I know. Duan Lingtian nodded with a bitter smile. If I go out alone now, the Monorigin sect will be the first to come after me. Moreover, even if the Monorigin sect doesn't make a move, I'm afraid the other heavyweight ultimate gods won't sit still. Especially those who have a grudge against the Monorigin sect or don't like them. They won't miss such a good opportunity to frame them. Duan Lingtian saw through it. It's good that you understand. Yang Yuchen was relieved. Originally, Duan Lingtian thought it would not be easy for his third senior brother to deal with his fourth senior sister. He did not expect his third senior brother to be able to do it in just 3 days. When his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, came to him and told him, Duan Lingtian realized his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, was using him as an excuse. Yang Yuchen's original words were, Fourth junior sister, you see, youngest junior brother's cultivation base has improved too quickly recently. Even if he has consolidated his cultivation base, his mentality and foundation must be unstable. I plan to take him to the realm battlefield to train. After I leave, the internal palace can't be without a leader. I'll pass the position of Myriad Doctrine Palace's deputy palace master to you, and let you represent the internal palace to oversee the Myriad Doctrine Palace. What do you think? It was also because Yang Yuchen had brought him up that the fourth senior sister, Lang Chunyuan, did not reject too much and agreed after some persuasion. This made Duan Lingtian feel both helpless and touched. Helpless to be used. Touched by his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan's sacrifice for him. Third senior brother isn't a good person either. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He obviously wants to go out and have fun, but he's using him as a shield. How inhumane. In any case, his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, had dealt with his fourth senior sister, which meant he would soon leave the Myriad Doctrine Palace. Next, I'll just wait for third senior brother to complete the connection with fourth senior sister. Everything went smoothly after that. There were no obstructions throughout the entire process. The deputy palace master of the Legacy Palace, who had always opposed Yang Yuchen, Not only did he not cause trouble for Yang Yuchen this time, he even seemed to support Yang Yuchen. The reason was that he felt that Yang Yuchen would not compete with them for the palace master position after he left. In addition, they had a vague understanding of what kind of person Lang Chunwan of the internal palace was. As long as they did not provoke her, she could stay in the independent realm of the internal palace and not come out. She was just a figurehead in name. They could not wait to welcome such a deputy palace master from the internal palace, so how could they cause trouble for her? Third senior brother, come with me to the Linghu family, then we'll go to the realm battlefield together. After Yang Yuchen finished his business, he impatiently took Duan Lingtian and slipped away. His first stop was to visit the Linghu family, where Duan Lingtian wanted to go. Apart from the Linghu family, aren't you going to meet anyone else? Yang Yuchen asked on the way to the divine artifact. Nope. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He didn't know when he would return this time. If Linghu Renjia had been the head of the Linghu family in the past, he would have sent him a message and slipped away. But the problem was that the current Linghu Renjia was the uncle of his wife, Kerr. Even if he had been Kerr's uncle in her past life, now that Kerr had recovered her memories, he was still her uncle, her relative. With such a relationship, it would be more appropriate to say goodbye before leaving. As for Yi Chenfeng, Zhen Pingfan, Xue Haichuan and the others, he only sent a message once. Among them, Zhen Pingfan, Xue Haichuan and the others replied. Only Yi Chenfeng's message was like a stone sinking into the ocean. However, Yi Chenfeng's wind soul pearl was intact, which meant that he was alive and well. He was either in secluded cultivation or in the realm battlefield. Coming to the Linghu family again, Duan Lingtian felt as if a lifetime had passed. Back then, when he had just arrived at the Linghu family, he had needed the protection of the Linghu family in front of the God Emperor. And now he was already a God Emperor, who was above the God Kings. Moreover, he was the strongest God Emperor amongst the God Emperors. Seeing Linghu Renjia again, Duan Lingtian hadn't changed at all. In fact, this was normal. After all, it hadn't been many years since Linghu left the Linghu family. Be careful. Don't act rashly. Knowing that Duan Lingtian was going to the realm battlefield, Linghu Renjia warned him with a grave expression. After Duan Lingtian acknowledged and left, Linghu Renjia looked at Duan Lingtian's back as he entered the divine artifact ship. His gaze couldn't help but become somewhat absent-minded. How long has it been? He's already a God Emperor. It seems that my niece's matter has really stimulated him greatly. It's my niece's fortune to have such a husband. I wonder how my stubborn sister is doing now. I hope she's safe and sound. Unknowingly, 2 soul pearls had appeared in Linghu Renjia's hands. One of them belonged to his sister, Duan Lingtian, while the other belonged to Duan Lingtian. Moreover, it was the soul pearl that Duan Lingtian had given him before leaving. To be more precise, he had asked Duan Lingtian to give it to him. After all, the soul energy in the soul pearl would dissipate. According to Duan Lingtian, he didn't know when he would return. Therefore, Linghu Renjia had asked him for another soul pearl. From now on, there's one more person I have to worry about. Linghu Renjia sighed. He had a very special feeling towards Duan Lingtian. It was a feeling that ordinary nephews and sons-in-law could not compare to. Before he found out that Duan Lingtian was his nephew-in-law, he had been very fond of this monstrously talented and ambitious child. Later on, when he found out that Duan Lingtian was his nephew-in-law, he loved him even more. If he really had to make an analogy, he would treat Duan Lingtian as his own son. Duan Lingtian was unaware of Linghu Renjia's thoughts. Currently, he was completely focused on the realm battlefield. It was the place he had been to when he snuck into the realm of gods. At that time, he had been very careful and cautious. It was as though he was walking on thin ice. This time he was confident and fearless. Chapter 42-21. The realm battlefield where the pilgrimage grounds and mystic gangland collided was called the Mystic Zen battlefield. The last time Duan Lingtian came here, he had been on tenterhooks all the way until he finally met Elder Yi Beiyuan of the Heavenly Illumination sect. With Yi Beiyuan's protection, they arrived at a military camp safely. and arrived at the mystic gangland through the military camp's teleportation formation. Yet this time, when he and his third senior brother entered once more, not only did they not have the perturbed mood from all those years ago, they even had slight anticipation. After you come in, you'll be given a battle merit token in the realm battlefield. As soon as they arrived at a military camp, Yang Yuchen said to Duan Lingtian, "You'll be given a battle merit token based on the realm of gods you came from." As soon as Yang Yuchen finished speaking, a token appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. It shone with a faint yellow light. The battle merit tokens in the realms of gods don't have any inscriptions on them. They only show the color. Yellow represents the mystic gangland. As for the pilgrimage grounds, it's red. Every battle merit token is unique. If you die, your battle merit token will shatter. The battle merit tokens you've accumulated will become the battle merit token of the person who killed you, increasing the battle merit tokens. A person's battle merit token only has one battle merit token. Moreover, if a person with a higher cultivation base kills a person with a lower cultivation base, the person with a higher cultivation base won't be able to obtain any battle merit tokens when the battle merit tokens shatter. For example, if I kill you now, I won't be able to obtain any battle merit tokens no matter how many battle merit tokens you have. On the other hand, if you kill me, you'll be able to obtain double the battle merit tokens in my battle merit tokens. This is an additional reward for killing an enemy with a higher cultivation base in the realm battlefield. If you kill an enemy with a higher cultivation base than you, you'll be able to obtain double the battle merit tokens. If you kill an enemy with a higher cultivation base than you, you'll be able to obtain triple the battle merit tokens. Naturally, there's a condition to kill an enemy with a higher cultivation base than you. The enemy can't fight another person within a day. This is also to prevent some people from taking advantage of the situation. If you don't fulfill this condition, you'll only be able to obtain battle merit tokens, even if the enemy has a higher cultivation base than you. After listening to Yang Yuchen's explanation, Duan Lingtian had a better understanding of the realm battlefield's battle merit tokens. Third senior brother, this battle credit is something that's unique to the battle credit medallion. I've heard that when you accumulate enough battle credit, you can open a mystic realm in the planar battlefield. Is there any other function? Yang Yuchen's journey tokens S. Battle gods divine tokens. Gods divine tokens and grounds. It divine tokens are useless tokens. S divine god tokens it divine tokens of the divine god tokens god. Divine god's the god token divine god token. It's god divine god. Divine God divine power with divine power. Divine power. A lower ultimate god could wield the divine power of a medium ultimate god, with just one drop of the supreme god's divine power. A mid-level ultimate god could transform one's divine power to that of a high-level ultimate god in a short period of time. As for the upper-level ultimate gods, their divine powers were further enhanced after using the supreme expert's divine powers. Of course, he had yet to reach the level of a supreme expert. It was impossible for him to reach the level of a supreme expert. After all, the ultimate powerhouse's divine power was created by the ultimate powerhouses. Moreover, any ultimate powerhouse had the ability to create it. Third senior brother, do you have the divine power of an omnipotent? Duan Lingtian looked at Yang Yuchen and asked curiously. In his opinion, his third senior brother was already one of the best among the medium ultimate gods. If he used the supreme expert's divine power and transformed his divine power to the upper ultimate god realm in a short time, there would be very few upper ultimate gods who could be his match. Yes. Yang Yuchen nodded. The supreme expert's divine power in my hands was given to me by eldest senior sister and second senior brother. Little junior brother, you're now a upper god emperor. Who knows when you'll enter the ultimate god realm in the future? I'll give you 2 drops of the supreme expert's divine power when we leave the military camp later. I happen to have 4 drops in my hands. Yang Yuchen said. However, Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard that. Third senior brother, You only have 4 drops of the Supreme Expert's divine power. It's better for you to keep them for yourself. I won't be able to use them even if I take them. As for after I enter the ultimate God realm, when that happens, I'll rely on my own efforts to obtain the Supreme Expert's divine power. Duan Lingtian said. It's better for you to keep them. Exchanging them for the Supreme Expert's divine power requires a lot of battle merits. Yang Yuchen continued. After all, for some people, the Supreme Expert's divine power is a life-saving item. At a critical moment, when the divine power explodes, even if you can't beat your opponent, you can still run. I know that. Duan Lingtian said solemnly. That's exactly why. I can't take them. Just take them. I didn't get them myself. They were given to me by first senior sister and second senior brother. If they were here, they would definitely support me giving them to you. Yang Yuchen insisted. In the end, after a stalemate, Yang Yuchen chose to give in to Duan Lingtian's insistence. Then I'll give you 1 drop. If you don't want 1 drop, do you want to withdraw from the internal palace? Duan Lingtian could only compromise when he saw that his third senior brother had put it this way. Let's go. Let's leave the barracks. Following that, Duan Lingtian also left the military camp in the Mystic Handleland under Yang Yuchen's lead. This was a relatively small military camp. There were not many people here, and they were scattered around. Fighting was not allowed in the barracks, so it was peaceful and quiet. After Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen left, only a few people glanced at them casually. No one paid much attention to them. After all, countless people had come to the dimensional battlefield over the years. Those who came were all here to improve themselves. They were all brave. Those who were timid did not dare to come in. One could choose to wear the dimensional battlefield's merit token on their waist or fuse it with their body. Wearing it at the waist would cause it to shine. After fusing it with their body, the waist would no longer shine. However, there would still be a faint glow around their body. This was also used to identify their identity. Just like now, Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen wore their merit tokens on their waists. There was a faint yellow glow around their waists, proving their identity as people from the Xiangang land. Back then, Elder Yi Beiyuan was the same. Duan Lingtian recalled that Elder Yi Beiyuan of the Heaven Illumination sect, who had brought him to the barracks and indirectly saved his life. When they first met, there was a faint yellow glow around Yi Beiyuan's body. It was obvious that the merit token had fused with his body. Back then, I saw some people with a red glow around their waists. There were also some people with a faint red glow around their bodies. There were also some people with a yellow glow around their waists, just like me and third senior brother. The scene of the first-dimensional battlefield was still vivid in his mind. Little junior brother, this is the omnipotent divine power. Under Yang Yuchen's lead, Duan Lingtian arrived at a secluded valley. Then, Yang Yuchen raised his hand and a drop of liquid appeared in the air above his palm. This drop of liquid looked crystal clear. There was no light around it, but the moment it appeared, it gave him a suffocating feeling. It was as if this drop of liquid was a great threat to him. The omnipotent divine power can be stored anywhere in the storage ring. However, once it is taken out, it cannot come into contact with your skin. Once it comes into contact with your skin, the omnipotent divine power will enter your body through your skin. Remember this. Unless you really need to use it, don't let it come into contact with your skin. Yang Yuchen warned before he passed the Supreme Powerhouse's divine energy to Duan Lingtian. At this time, Duan Lingtian also carefully reached out his hand and took it through the air. He used his divine power to guide the omnipotent divine power, and then stored it in his storage ring. He didn't feel safe even if this thing was placed outside. Let's continue forward. Let's see if we can meet some good opponents. Yang Yuchen continued. Ordinary lower ultimate gods and upper god emperors will be killed by you. If you can't beat them, then I'll take action. As for existences below upper god emperors, it's meaningless for us to kill them. We won't be able to obtain their battle merits. Moreover, basically everyone is wearing self-destructing storage rings, so we won't be able to obtain everything in their storage rings after they die. Speaking of this, Yang Yuchen paused for a moment before continuing. Of course, you can't rely on luck because of this. There are many people who don't care if there's anything to be gained from killing. Your cultivation level is low, so there's no benefit in killing you. However, it doesn't mean that they won't kill you. Sometimes those people will think that by killing you, you can kill fewer people from their realm. Duan Lingtian deeply agreed with Yang Yuchen's words. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so cautious and fearful when he first came to the profound Zen grounds all those years ago. Even if it was not because of the difference between different realms, there might still be people who would attack him. Also, Yang Yuchen continued, many people say that the formation of the realm battlefield is caused by the collision of two realms of gods. However, that's not the case. At least 4 realms of gods collided to form the realm battlefield. However, the area that encompasses all the realms of gods is usually not open to the public. That area is open to the public for 10 years every 100 years. In that area, there are no less than 4 realms of gods. Therefore, it's the most chaotic and dangerous place. However, it's also a place with more opportunities. However, there's still a period of time before the next opening. You won't be able to make it in time when you're with me. Yang Yuchen continued. No less than 4 realms of gods. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly. Will the other 2 realms of gods that are connected to the mysterious Zen land have a divine offering land? Regardless, Duan Lingtian would have to go to the realm battlefield of the divine offering land no matter what. End of chapter. Chapter 42-22. There's someone over there. Yang Yuchen's voice reached Duan Lingtian's ears not long after they crossed the canyon. In the next instant, before Duan Lingtian could even react, he had already brought Duan Lingtian to the side of a cliff on a mountain. They just happened to stop a person whose expression had changed instantly, and whose eyes were filled with panic. It was a middle-aged man and his face was ashen. Divine venerable expert. Don't worry, I won't attack. Yang Yuchen looked at the middle-aged man and said calmly, my junior brother is also a superior divine emperor. If you can last 10 moves against him, you can leave immediately. The middle-aged man's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian as soon as Yang Yuchen finished speaking. Then he extended his divine consciousness and checked Duan Lingtian's cultivation level in disbelief. He heaved a sigh of relief after he was certain Duan Lingtian was only a higher divine emperor. He was also a superior divine emperor, and his strength was close to that of a half-step ultimate god. He did not think that he could not last 10 moves against a superior divine emperor. Even if his opponent was a half-step ultimate god, he could last 10 moves if he gave it his all. While the middle-aged man was sizing up Duan Lingtian was also sizing him up. Superior divine emperor? Duan Lingtian shook his head inwardly when he heard Yang Yuchen's words, and saw how relieved Yang Yuchen was. Even if this person was a half-step ultimate god, he could not last more than 3 moves against him, let alone 10 moves. Go ahead. Yang Yuchen stepped aside to give Duan Lingtian space to fight. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and said calmly, you don't need 10 moves. You just need to last 3 moves against me and my senior brother, and I will let you go. 3 moves. The middle-aged man was confident that he could last 10 moves. Now, hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the middle-aged man felt that Duan Lingtian was extremely arrogant. He even felt that he had been humiliated, and he couldn't help but feel angry. However, he did not dare to offend the other party when he remembered that there was a godly venerable rank expert by his side. Hence, he could only attack with an embarrassed look on his face. 3 moves? You're looking down on me. Even the ultimate god beside him thought highly of him. Forget it, 3 moves is fine. I don't want to get injured after 10 moves. Since the ultimate god is so confident in this person, he must be a half-step ultimate god. Kill. A faint red glow flickered on the middle-aged man's body. In the blink of an eye, it was covered by a monstrous divine power. What was covered was the appearance of his battle merit token, as a member of the pilgrimage grounds. The middle-aged man made his move, causing the void to tremble. A gigantic axe flew across the void, bringing with it blazing flames. Clearly, this was an expert from the pilgrimage grounds who was proficient in the law of fire. The axe tore through the air, as if it could tear the heavens and earth apart. Divine power fused with the law of fire, and it was like a prairie fire, burning and whistling. Not a half-step ultimate god? At that moment, Duan Lingtian shook his head. Without any fanfare, he casually pointed his finger, and the law of space fused with his divine power shot out. The finger beam pierced through the air, and turned into a sword light in the blink of an eye as it met the middle-aged man's aggressive attack. Compared to the middle-aged man's aggressive attack, Duan Lingtian's attack was very casual, as if it was just a casual move. At first, the middle-aged man sneered as he thought his opponent was being arrogant. However, when that ray of sword light that had evolved from the finger ray touched his attack, his expression instantly changed greatly. No, whoosh! In the next moment, the sword light extinguished the flames as it struck the middle-aged man's high-grade divine weapon, destroying the weapon's soul before entering the middle-aged man's body. The seven-colored sword light did not break out of the middle-aged man's body. Instead, it bloomed within his body as thousands of tiny seven-colored sword lights shot out from his body. Under such circumstances, there was no chance of survival. And the moment he died, the moment his body turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky and dissipated with the wind, this middle-aged man had been waiting for a pair of eyes. Even until his death, he could not understand how a similarly strong high god emperor could be so strong. Without using a divine weapon, Duan Lingtian destroyed his full-powered attack with just a finger. The light of the law of space is faintly discernible. I really did not expect Junior Brother's mastery of the law of space to have reached such a level. Yang Yuchen, who was nearby, had a complicated look in his eyes. One should know that even he was most proficient in the law of space. At that moment, before and after Duan Lingtian attacked, there was a faint ray of light that dissipated in the sky, forming a strange phenomenon that spread out and covered the entire land. Third Senior Brother, what is that? After killing his opponent, Duan Lingtian also noticed this and could not help but ask Yang Yuchen curiously. It's the light of the law of space. Yang Yuchen sighed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. When one's mastery of the law of space reaches a certain level, the realm battlefield's heaven and earth will resonate with it. For example, when you attacked earlier, the light of the law of space appeared. Under normal circumstances, only those at the ultimate god realm and above can master the law of space. Even for me, I only reached this level when I was about to enter the medium ultimate god realm. Upon hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Then it won't be like this when I attack in the outside world. It won't. Yang Yuchen shook his head. If it's the realm of gods in the outside world, although there will be strange phenomena, it won't be as exaggerated. In places like the realm battlefield and the realm of gods, the sensitivity of the law of space is very sensitive. If it's the outside world, although your mastery of the law of space is strong, it's not at the level where it can produce strange phenomena. After listening to Yang Yuchen's explanation, Duan Lingtian understood some of the differences between the outside world, the realm battlefield, and the realm of gods. In places like the realm battlefield and the realm of gods, when one's mastery of the law of space reached a certain level, one could better manifest strange phenomena in front of others. If your mastery of the law of space improves further, you'll be able to illuminate 1,000,000 miles. Yang Yuchen sighed. Illuminate 1,000,000 miles? Duan Lingtian was stunned. What do you mean? When I use the law of space, there will be strange phenomena of the law of space covering 1,000,000 miles. Yes. Yang Yuchen nodded. For any law of space, before it reaches perfection, there will be strange phenomena in the realm battlefield. The first is when your law of space is faintly discernible. It may seem faint, but within 100,000 miles, as long as one pays attention, they'll be able to see some clues. After that, it'll illuminate 1,000,000 miles. Within 1,000,000 miles, even 10 people will be able to see the strange phenomena of the law of space. After that, it'll illuminate 1,000,000 miles. That's the sign that the law of space is about to reach perfection. Generally, those who can achieve this are the best of the best among the higher ultimate gods. Yang Yuchen explained. What's Third Senior Brother's level now? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. About the same as you. Yang Yuchen said. However, he'll be able to illuminate 1,000,000 miles and catch up to second senior brother. Catch up to second senior brother from before. Second senior brother's mastery of the law of space is not as good as mine, but his comprehension of the law of space is better than mine. Duan Lingtian was naturally surprised by Yang Yuchen's words. That second senior brother whom he had never met had the law of space that illuminated 1,000,000 miles? Moreover, according to Yang Yuchen's words, second senior brother's law of space might be even stronger now. What about first senior sister? Duan Lingtian asked again. First senior sister. Yang Yuchen's gaze turned strange. When first senior sister left, her cultivation base was only at the medium ultimate god realm, but her mastery of the law of space had reached the point where she could illuminate 1,000,000 miles. The last time I saw her was the last time she brought fourth junior sister back. It seemed like she was about to break through to the higher ultimate god realm at that time. As for the law of space, it should be even stronger now. Yang Yuchen then changed the topic. First senior sister's strength is not limited to the law of space. For example, her mastery of the law of space is beyond my reach. Duan Lingtian was even more shocked when he heard Yang Yuchen's words. That first senior sister was so powerful? If she entered the higher ultimate god realm, she would be unrivaled among the higher ultimate gods, right? For a moment, Duan Lingtian was looking forward to meeting his first senior sister in the future. Ever since he entered the inner palace, Duan Lingtian noticed that both his third senior brother Yang Yuchen and fourth senior sister Lang Chunwan were more casual when they talked about second senior brother. However, when they talked about first senior sister, they were serious with a hint of reverence. It was as though she was not their first senior sister, but their master. I've never heard of anyone who has mastered the law of space to such an extent when they're only at the higher ultimate god realm. Moreover, your law of space is one of the 4 supreme laws. Yang Yuchen looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression and sighed. Next, I'll see if I can find you some lower ultimate gods to fight against. Yang Yuchen did not expect his little junior brother's cultivation base to improve so quickly, and his comprehension of the law of space had reached such a level after the trip to the trial ground. He was almost catching up to him. It's really stressful to have such a little junior brother. If he really overtakes me, first senior sister will definitely make fun of me in the future. Even now, Yang Yuchen was thinking if he shouldn't have taken Duan Lingtian as his little junior brother. Unfortunately, there was no turning back now. After following Yang Yuchen for a while, Duan Lingtian killed a few upper ultimate gods from the pilgrimage grounds. After gaining some battle merits, he finally met his first ultimate god from the pilgrimage grounds. A lower ultimate god. A medium ultimate god from the mysterious gang grounds? When the lower ultimate god saw Yang Yuchen blocking his way, his expression changed drastically. In the next moment he wanted to escape. However, under Yang Yuchen's watch, there was no way for him to escape. It's over. While the lower ultimate god was in despair, Yang Yuchen said calmly, as long as you can defeat my little junior brother who's at the upper ultimate god realm, I'll let you go. Upper ultimate god? The lower ultimate god looked at Duan Lingtian. Chapter 42-23. The lower ultimate god from the pilgrimage grounds that Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen had their eyes on was an old man. Although he looked old, his body was very strong and sturdy. He was even stronger than Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen. His eyes were bright and full of vigor. At this moment, the old man who was originally in despair turned his attention to Duan Lingtian after hearing Yang Yuchen's words. At this moment he no longer had any concerns and immediately scanned with his divine consciousness. In the next moment, he confirmed that the young man in front of him was indeed only a higher ultimate god. Are you serious? The old man looked at Yang Yuchen. The one he was really afraid of was the medium ultimate god from the Xiangang grounds. He felt that he was invincible just by standing there. This was also something that ordinary medium ultimate gods could not give him. Therefore, he concluded that Yang Yuchen's strength should be relatively strong even among medium ultimate gods. It's up to you to believe it or not. Yang Yuchen replied indifferently. The old man's expression changed for a while before he finally took a deep breath. I believe you. At this moment, he had no other choice. He was not confident that he could escape from this person's eyes. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian and narrowed his eyes. Make your move. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian knew that the old man was going to go easy on him. It seemed that the old man was looking down on him as a higher ultimate god. If I were you, I wouldn't go easy on you. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and said indifferently, besides, I don't need you to go easy on me. Although I'm a higher ultimate god, few half-step ultimate gods can survive one move from me. Duan Lingtian laid all his cards on the table in front of the old man. I've just entered the higher ultimate god realm, and my strength is already stronger than most half-step ultimate gods. Once I've completely consolidated my cultivation as a higher ultimate god, killing half-step ultimate gods will be as easy as slaughtering dogs. I haven't killed a lower ultimate god. Perhaps, you'll be the first lower ultimate god I kill. Duan Lingtian said bluntly. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the old man's expression changed drastically. However, he did not doubt him because there was no need for him to lie at this time. He had just entered the upper divine emperor realm, but his strength was already stronger than a half-step ultimate god? Killing a half-step ultimate god was as easy as slaughtering a dog after completely consolidating his cultivation base as a high divine emperor? His strength was comparable to an ordinary lower ultimate god. His strength was not considered top-notch among the lower ultimate gods, and was at most in the middle. At this moment, the old man's expression changed greatly and became much more solemn. I have underestimated you. In the next instant, the old man's body glowed brightly, and the divine venerable phantom appeared. It was more than 10 meters tall, and his entire person seemed to have turned into a small mountain at this moment. In front of him, Duan Lingtian, who was 1.8 meters tall, seemed so small. Even if they were standing on the same level, the top of Duan Lingtian's head would only reach the other party's calf. That's right. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and immediately attacked. The spatial storm raged around him as the 7 orifices exquisite sword quickly formed in his hand. Whoosh! The sword pierced out. He only used the law of space and the power of the divine weapon. He did not use the power of the sword principle, or the power of control Tao. In the next moment, a spiritual pearl appeared in front of the old man. It emitted an earthy yellow luster and easily blocked Duan Lingtian's attack. The old man was an expert in the law of earth. The object that looked like a spirit bead was his complete soul high-grade divine artifact. On top of the spiritual pearl, there was a strand of soul that was wandering around. It gave off a mysterious and profound feeling. Go all out. The old man spoke. His voice was loud and clear like thunder. Your attack is only slightly stronger than an ordinary half-step ultimate god. You can't kill a half-step ultimate god like slaughtering a dog. Indeed. Duan Lingtian did not use any of the 4 principles of heaven and earth. He only used the law of space and the divine weapon. Even if his attainment in the law of space was not low, it was only slightly stronger than an ordinary half-step ultimate god. In addition, Duan Lingtian still had some strength left in his attack. He was just testing the waters. If he had used his full strength, the power of his attack would not have been weak even if he did not use the 4 principles of heaven and earth. His opponent would not have thought that it was only slightly stronger than an ordinary half-step ultimate god. The old man judged it based on the full strength of an ordinary half-step ultimate god. Of course, although the old man said that, his heart was still trembling. Where did this monster come from? He's only an upper divine emperor, and has comprehended the law of space to the point where his law of space is weak. Just now, when Duan Lingtian attacked, there was a faint law of space that covered an area of 100,000 miles. Even if it was not obvious, the old man could still feel it. Therefore, the old man's heart was far from being calm on the surface. Throughout his life, he had met many geniuses in the pilgrimage grounds, 10,000 years ago, and even 20,000 years ago when he entered the planar battlefield. However, he had never seen anyone who could comprehend the laws of the universe to the extent of 100,000 li radius, when they were still in the God-Emperor realm. Even if they had heard of it, there were only 1 or 2. Moreover, The law he comprehended was only one of the 5 elemental laws, not any of the 4 supreme laws. The person in front of him comprehended spatial law. In the realm of high god emperors, he had comprehended the laws of space, and reached the level of weak light that could reach a distance of 50,000 kilometers. This kind of talent and comprehension could be said to be monstrous amongst monstrous geniuses. Now he also realized that the middle-level supreme god who was watching the battle from afar was not joking. He really did have a certain level of confidence that the higher god emperor in front of him had the ability to kill him. Of course, although he realized this, he did not panic. No matter what, he was an expert in the laws of Earth. Even if he was no match for his opponent, as long as his opponent was unable to break through his defenses, it could only end in a draw. At that time, he would still be able to leave alive. As you wish. When Duan Lingtian spoke again, his tone had become stern. As a lower-level supreme god, you're an expert in the laws of Earth. Among lower-level supreme gods, your defense is considered to be the best. Today, I'd like to see if I can break through your defenses. A lower-level supreme god who was an expert in the laws of Earth was usually only good at defense. If his defense was broken, it basically meant that he was defeated. Such an existence could only find time to counterattack while defending. With a strong defense, he could restrain his opponent's fierce attacks, and then look for an opportunity to break through his opponent's defenses. This was also a common tactic used by experts who were experts in the laws of Earth. In other words, this was the only way. At least, this was the case for most people. The reason why it was said to be most people, and not all people, was because there were experts who were experts in the laws of Earth who took a different approach, and used the laws of Earth as their strongest attack instead of just defending. Of course, experts like this were very, very few. The higher one's cultivation, the harder it was to achieve this. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian swung his sword again. This time, it did not seem much different from the previous attack. However, his divine energy had increased, and he had even integrated the Tao of Control into it. The Tao of Control allowed him to control space. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have become the owner of the space around him. The space around him was under his control. In this space, the air resistance disappeared instantly. All possible resistance, such as wind and water vapor, disappeared without a trace. This allowed the sword to move without any hindrance. Moreover, the law of space had integrated the profundity of the space around him, greatly increasing his strength. Bang! A loud noise rang in the air. Duan Lingtian's sword collided with the old man's spiritual pearl's defense. Unlike before, it did not destroy the old man's defense. Instead, it directly repelled the old man's defense. In the next moment, the old man's defensive light gradually solidified, turning into a wall-like iron wall surrounded by a bloody aura. At this critical moment, the old man had even used the unique bloodline energy of the natives of the realms of gods. He had to use it. If he did not use it, he might not be able to withstand it. Crack! Crack! However, as soon as the impenetrable wall appeared, cracks began to appear on it. It looked terrifying, but it still managed to block Duan Lingtian's attack. Barf! Although the old man managed to block Duan Lingtian's attack, he was injured as well. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm. Impossible. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he said, "Your law of space has definitely reached the stage where it can illuminate 1,000,000 miles. Why isn't there any phenomenon?" "There's only a phenomenon that can illuminate 1,000,000 miles. That's impossible." In his opinion, the law of space that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier was one of the strongest among those who could illuminate 1,000,000 miles with the law of space. If that was the case, why was the law of space's phenomenon still illuminating 1,000,000 miles? "You're blind," Duan Lingtian said calmly. "I'm just using other means to amplify the law of space. Under such circumstances, the amplification of the law of space is naturally not the original law of space." The old man was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he seemed to have thought of something as his pupils shrank sharply. You've mastered the Tao of Control of the 4 heavenly Tao?" At that moment he completely understood. It was no wonder that he felt a sense of insecurity when he was standing in the void earlier. It was as if this area was the territory of some powerful demon, and he had accidentally entered it. However, that feeling was fleeting and he did not think much about it. Now that he thought about it, that feeling appeared when Duan Lingtian launched his attack. At that moment he understood. Duan Lingtian had used the Tao of control of the four heavenly Tao to temporarily control the surrounding space to support his sword attack. That's what he's relying on. His cultivation level is not weak since he's able to illuminate 1,000,000 miles with the law of space. Coupled with the Tao of control, an ordinary lower ultimate god would have died. Cold sweat broke out on the old man's forehead when he thought of this. Fortunately, he was skilled in the law of earth. It's over, right? In the old man's opinion, this might be the full strength of the young man in front of him. He heaved a sigh of relief when he thought of this. However, in the next moment, a thought flashed in his mind. His expression changed abruptly as though he had thought of something. No. He hasn't used his bloodline energy yet. His instincts told him that Duan Lingtian was also a native of the plains of gods. In his mind, it was almost impossible for someone as monstrous as Duan Lingtian to come from a lower dimension. He was most likely a native of the plains of gods. If he uses his bloodline energy, I might be able to withstand it if it's not too strong. If it's too strong, I'm afraid I'll die. The old man began to panic. Chapter 42-24. I don't care anymore. Let's defend with all our might. I have no other choice now. The old man panicked when he thought about how the young man in front of him still had the bloodline power as his trump card. However, he quickly forced himself to calm down and started to defend with all his might. The aura emitted by the impenetrable wall before him grew even more majestic and heavy. His expression also turned incomparably grave at this moment. If you can withstand this attack, you can leave. When Duan Lingtian spoke again, the old man instinctively thought that he was going to use the bloodline power. However, in the next moment, when Duan Lingtian attacked, he was completely stunned. It was not the bloodline power. Swoosh. Another rainbow-colored sword light whizzed out. This time, it not only contained the way of control, but it also contained an extremely sharp sword intent. The murderous sword intent seemed to be invisible between the heavens and the earth, and it gave him a terrifying sense of threat. This is sword principle. The old man's solemn expression changed completely at this moment. This person had mastered another of the four principles of heaven and earth, the sword principle of the weapon principle sect. Was he really just an upper-rank emperor god? He could not imagine how such an existence could be born in this world. He was only an upper-rank emperor god, who had mastered both the Tao of control and the sword principle at the same time. Moreover, both of them were in their embryonic forms. He had never even heard of such an existence before, let alone seen one. Bang! When the seven-colored sword ray came into contact with the old man's defense, there was another loud bang. This time, the loud bang was earth-shattering. The void trembled as if it would crack open at any moment. In the next moment, the iron wall in front of the old man shattered into pieces. Then, the seven-colored sword ray pierced into the old man's body before he could even summon his divine power again with a look of despair on his face. At the same time, tiny seven-colored sword rays shot out from all parts of the old man's body. The old man died as well. At the same time, a strange phenomenon appeared. A tall figure appeared in the void as if it was standing between heaven and earth. Then it let out an unwilling cry and fell to the ground with a loud crash. At this moment, the scene of this figure crashing to the ground with a loud bang could be seen from extremely far away. The phenomenon of a supreme god falling. Duan Lingtian had heard his third senior brother mention this before, but this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. It was said that this was a phenomenon unique to the planar battlefield. In the outside world, the death of a lower ultimate god or a medium ultimate god would not cause any abnormalities. Only the death of a higher ultimate god would cause such a phenomenon. If an utmost powerful being were to fall, the phenomenon would appear in all the realms of gods, Devata realms, and mundane realms. However, it had been many years since an ultimate powerhouse had fallen, and Duan Lingtian, who had only lived for close to 900 years, naturally could not see the phenomenon of an ultimate powerhouse falling. How spectacular! Duan Lingtian looked at the phenomenon above his head and sighed. This is only the phenomenon of the death of a lower-level supreme god. Yang Yuchen smiled faintly. If it were a medium-level supreme god, it would be even more exaggerated. Higher supreme gods can cover a large area and cause a commotion. Even in the planar battlefield, the death of a higher ultimate god was extremely rare. First of all, a higher ultimate god was extremely powerful. Moreover, at that cultivation level, one would have an extraordinary sense of danger, and would usually choose to dodge when they sense danger. In addition, in this planar battlefield where normal communication was not possible, higher gods could use their own methods to call for help from nearby friends and allies. Therefore, it was very difficult to kill a higher ultimate god. Whoosh! Before Duan Lingtian could collect his spoils, the law reward fell from the sky and enveloped him before he gradually absorbed it into his body. Not far away, Yang Yuchen looked at the scene in front of him in amazement. Little junior brother, if you use your full strength, I'm afraid there won't be many lower ultimate gods in this world who are a match for you. He knew very well that his little junior brother did not use his full strength until he killed the lower ultimate god from the pilgrimage grounds who was skilled in the law of earth. After all, he did not even use his law avatar. Even so, he still did not think that his little junior brother could kill all the lower ultimate gods in this world, because some of the lower ultimate gods had also comprehended the four Tao of heaven and earth and were extremely powerful. For example, when he was a lower ultimate god, he did not think that he would lose to his little junior brother. He was more than 90% sure that they would be evenly matched. Of course, even so, he was still shocked. After all, his little junior brother seemed to have just become a higher ultimate god not long ago. If he had such combat power when he was a lower ultimate god, it meant that he was about to become a medium ultimate god. If little junior brother becomes a lower ultimate god, he'll definitely be invincible among the lower ultimate gods. On this point, Yang Yuchen was absolutely certain. Besides, with your strength, even if you encounter a weaker medium ultimate god, you might still be able to fight, Yang Yuchen said again. For the next period of time, Duan Lingtian followed Yang Yuchen and wandered around the mysterious Zen battlefield, killing people in the pilgrimage grounds and digesting the rewards in his body. During this process, Duan Lingtian's strength and survival experience in the dimensional battlefield had also improved rapidly. Days passed by. It was getting closer and closer to the 10-year period that he had agreed upon with third senior brother Yang Yuchen. At this time, Duan Lingtian was constantly obtaining and digesting the rewards. His upper ultimate god cultivation base was gradually approaching the ultimate god realm. During this process, Duan Lingtian had also consumed 2 heavenly Tao fruits that he had obtained in the Emperor God's secret realm in the trial grounds under the guidance of third senior brother Yang Yuchen. Previously in the trial grounds, he had entered the Emperor God realm, and the Emperor God's secret realm appeared. After that, he had obtained 3 heavenly Tao fruits. The heavenly Tao fruit was one of the top 3 treasures that could assist a upper ultimate god to enter the ultimate god realm in this world. According to his third senior brother, in the trial grounds, it was very rare for 3 heavenly Tao fruits to appear in the Emperor God's secret realm after entering the Emperor God realm. As for the ultimate God's secret realm that appeared after entering the ultimate God realm, there was no heavenly Tao fruit in it. This was because the heavenly Tao fruit was for Emperor gods, not ultimate gods. Third senior brother, in the trial grounds, breaking through the Emperor God realm can open the Emperor God's secret realm. Breaking through the ultimate God realm can open the ultimate God's secret realm. Does this happen in the dimensional battlefield? Duan Lingtian asked his third senior brother Yang Yuchen, but received a negative answer. The dimensional battlefield will not have the Emperor God's secret realm and ultimate God's secret realm. The trial grounds were created by a few supreme experts by imitating the dimensional battlefield. Moreover, there's a big difference between the dimensional battlefield and the dimensional battlefield. There's life in the dimensional battlefield and the structure of the world, while the dimensional battlefield only has people from the outside. It's because fourth junior sister knows this that she managed to break through to the ultimate god realm, even though she was in the Destiny Canyon of the trial grounds. If she had broken through to the ultimate god realm outside the trial grounds, and opened the ultimate god's secret realm, she wouldn't have been able to gain much from it with her strength. In the past, Duan Lingtian's fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, had broken through to the ultimate god realm in the trial grounds Destiny Canyon. At that time, the ultimate god's secret realm had appeared, but they couldn't open it because they didn't have enough people. Lang Chunwan, on the other hand, had planned to give up right from the start, and didn't even guard the ultimate god's secret realm. Now you have 2 heavenly Dao fruits to assist you. In addition to an endless stream of heavenly Dao fruits entering your body and digesting them, your cultivation path will be unimpeded. When you feel that you can't make any more progress, you can take the last heavenly Dao fruit. If I'm not mistaken, when you reach that stage, you'll be just a step away from the ultimate god realm. After taking that heavenly Dao fruit, you'll either directly enter the ultimate god realm, or be just a step away from the ultimate god realm. You'll be able to break through at any time. Yang Yuchen was very clear about his junior brother's current situation. However, Yang Yuchen paused for a moment before continuing. If nothing goes wrong, you won't be able to reach that stage in the next 2 years. You'll have to rely on your hard work in the dimensional battlefield where the divine offering land and the sanctioned land meet to reach the ultimate god realm. Yang Yuchen's eyes were filled with anticipation as he said that. If his junior brother also entered the ultimate god realm, then there would be a total of 5 ultimate gods in this generation of the Inner Palace. It was a grand occasion that had never happened in the history of the Inner Palace. In the past, there were at most 4 ultimate gods at the same time. Understood. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. Then, he continued to explore the dimensional battlefield with his third senior brother Yang Yuchen. Next, we'll go deeper into the inner area. I hope we'll meet a medium ultimate god from the mysterious Zen land for you to practice. Of course, you'll only be able to fight with some weaker medium ultimate gods now. You're no match for slightly stronger medium ultimate gods. Yang Yuchen said. A medium ultimate god. Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen had met many ultimate gods in the 8 years since they entered the dimensional battlefield. However, they were all lower ultimate gods. Finally, as they went deeper into the inner area, Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen finally met a medium ultimate god from the mysterious Zen land. Moreover, it was not a medium ultimate god. It was 2 medium ultimate gods who were traveling together. One was a young man while the other was a middle-aged man. The young man was dressed in a gorgeous brocade robe with a handsome face and sharp eyes. The middle-aged man was dressed in a light white robe. He was tall and burly with a faint curly beard on his face. Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen met the 2 men. Before they could move, the 2 men had already surrounded them. A medium ultimate god and a high-level ultimate god. Do you people from the mysterious Zen land like to have your seniors bring your juniors around? The young man beside the middle-aged man spoke as well. Do you have a grudge against us and brought us to die in the inner area? Chapter 42-25. 2 medium ultimate gods had come knocking on his door. Yang Yuchen could not help but laugh. He tilted his head slightly and said to Duan Lingtian, "Junior brother, your sandbag is here. Pick one." Yang Yuchen remained calm and composed in the face of 2 medium-level ultimate gods. Duan Lingtian's eyes fell on the bearded middle-aged man. This guy looks stronger. I'll pick him. The young man and the curly-bearded middle-aged man didn't even have the time to react to what Yang Yuchen was talking about when Duan Lingtian had already made a move and directly charged towards the middle-aged man. Yang Yuchen was not idle either. He raised his hand, and a terrifying force swept out and shrouded the other man. "Let's play over there." The next moment, the young man's expression changed completely. Although the person in front of him was also a medium ultimate god, he felt like he was no weaker than a higher ultimate god. Did I encounter a top-tier medium-level ultimate god? Someone comparable to a higher ultimate god? Yang Yuchen did not hold back when he attacked. The terrifying divine power that contained the power of law merged with the Tao of control and took the young man away. During this process, the young man tried to resist, but he was powerless. At the same time, the heavenly vision of dimly illuminated 100,000 miles was faintly discernible. In addition, Yang Yuchen's power of law had clearly fused with another kind of power. Just the power of law alone was stronger than the young man's. In addition to the Tao of control, Yang Yuchen completely crushed his opponent. During this process, the young man had even taken out his high-quality god artifact, but it was still useless. He was still easily crushed by Yang Yuchen. Even the bloodline power was useless. Is he really only a medium ultimate god? The young man's expression changed completely as he panicked. He had never thought that one day he would be at such a disadvantage in front of a medium ultimate god. He did not even have the strength to fight back. His opponent was too strong. At this moment, the middle-aged man's expression changed when he saw Duan Lingtian's sudden attack. Because he realized that the High God Emperor in front of him was no ordinary High God Emperor. As soon as he attacked, the sharp seven-colored sword light made him feel a great sense of danger. It was as if he would be killed if he didn't use his full strength. One had to know that this was only a High God Emperor. He was a medium ultimate god. Whoosh! As the middle-aged man dodged, he glanced to the side and saw his companion being taken away by the other middle-level ultimate god like an eagle catching a chick. During this process, his companions were completely powerless to fight back. Who the hell is this person? Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man felt his scalp go numb. When he faced Duan Lingtian's attack again, the first thing he thought of was not to deal with it, but to escape. So what if he killed this High God Emperor? Next, he would not be able to escape death. That medium-level ultimate god was too strong. One had to know that his strength was on par with his companion. His companion was completely powerless in front of his opponent, and he was no exception. However, just as he dodged Duan Lingtian's attack and wanted to escape, he was stopped by Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen's supreme god apparition was over 100 meters tall. He raised his hand and a waterfall like the Milky Way flew across the sky and stopped the middle-aged man. At the same time he said indifferently, "If you can defeat my junior brother, I'll let you live. If you run, you'll die." As soon as Yang Yuchen said this, the middle-aged man who was originally in despair had a glimmer of hope in his eyes. After that, they no longer fled and charged towards Duan Lingtian. The same 100-meter-tall supreme god apparition appeared. The middle-aged man raised his hand, and a long staff appeared in his hand. The staff's weapon spirit was faintly discernible. "You're the strongest High God Emperor I've ever seen. Even among the lower ultimate gods, I'm afraid there aren't many who can be your match. However, I'm a medium ultimate god." The middle-aged man had pinned all his hopes of survival on defeating Duan Lingtian. Therefore, he didn't hold back when he attacked and didn't underestimate his opponent just because he was a High God Emperor. Firstly, his opponent was indeed powerful. Secondly, his life was at stake and he didn't want to take the risk. Kill. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The bloodline power in his body surged and blood chi filled the air. At this moment, he didn't even think about the medium ultimate god seeking revenge for killing Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was very powerful and could definitely save the High God Emperor in front of him at a critical moment. Duan Lingtian didn't dare to be careless in the face of such a medium ultimate god. Not only did he no longer hold back, he even summoned his space law clone. He's not a native of the Xiangang land. When Duan Lingtian summoned his space law clone, not only was the middle-aged man shocked, but even the young man who was imprisoned and could only watch the battle was shocked. They didn't expect such a monstrous existence to not be a native of the realm of gods. This didn't make sense. Could it be that the experts of the Xiangang land found a genius from a lower realm and brought him to the Xiangang land to be nurtured since he was young? For a moment, all of them subconsciously thought so. However, the middle-aged man quickly regained his senses and continued to charge toward Duan Lingtian, aiming for his main body. Good timing. Faced with the menacing medium ultimate god, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. Both his space law clone and his space law clone attacked at the same time. 7-colored sword rays whistled in his space law clone's hand. A superior-grade divine sword with an artifact soul appeared in his space law clone's hand. This superior-grade divine sword came from a lesser ultimate god he had killed earlier. At that time, his third senior brother Yang Yuchen had acted first and imprisoned the artifact's soul, so that it wouldn't be killed by the lesser ultimate god. The artifact's soul was originally loyal, but after its master died, it chose to submit under Yang Yuchen's coercion and temptation. In the end, it became the weapon of Duan Lingtian's space law clone. This allowed Duan Lingtian's strength to increase by another level. 2 7-colored superior-grade divine swords, one for each of his space law clone, and the other for space law clone. However, the current Duan Lingtian seemed small in front of the middle-aged man who had transformed into a 100-meter-tall ultimate god illusory body. The middle-aged man's palm could easily cover him. Humph! The middle-aged man suddenly snorted and slammed the staff in his hand down. The void trembled, and the space seemed to show signs of shattering at that moment. It brought about billowing airwaves and swept away the clouds. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, teleported twice and left the place. This time, the middle-aged man intentionally shook the space when he attacked again. Although he wasn't proficient in the space law and could not stop Duan Lingtian from teleporting, it still slowed down the speed of Duan Lingtian's teleportation. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was forced to meet force with force. Whoosh! 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 7-colored sword rays bloomed in the void and looked unusually bright. Bang! 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 The long staff was like a pillar that supported the heavens. Every time it slammed down, there would be a deafening sonic boom in the air. Fortunately, there was no one around to watch. Otherwise, even an ordinary emperor god would be affected and injured by the sonic boom. Under the watchful eyes of Yang Yuchen and the imprisoned young man, Duan Lingtian fought with all his might without holding back. He was evenly matched with the middle-level ultimate god. Yang Yuchen smiled when he saw this. The other young man's eyes shrunk, and his face was filled with shock and disbelief. A high-level ultimate god was evenly matched with a middle-level ultimate god? Although it seemed like the middle-aged man was at a disadvantage, he was still shocked. One should know that his companion was not someone who had just entered the realm of a middle-level ultimate god, and had yet to consolidate his cultivation base. His companion had long since consolidated his cultivation base. Among the middle-level ultimate gods, his companion could be considered average. However, after a few dozen moves, he was finally able to make a high-level ultimate god fall into a disadvantage. There's such a monster in the Xiangang land? The young man felt his scalp go numb. Before this, he would never have dared to dream that there would be such a terrifying existence in the world. Even the middle-level ultimate god who imprisoned him would not be able to match up to the purple-clad young man, after he entered the realm of a middle-level ultimate god. His opponent might not even need to consolidate his cultivation base as a medium-level ultimate god to be able to suppress and imprison such a terrifying person. Each is more abnormal than the other. Did he just call the other person his junior brother? Are they a pair of martial brothers? What kind of sect could produce two monsters like them? The young man's heart was filled with regret. If he had known that the two of them were so terrifying, he would have run as far as he could when he first saw them. He even took the initiative to let the other party practice with him. I'm not as good as him. After a few dozen moves, Duan Lingtian was drenched in cold sweat. His opponent was too strong. Even if he had 99 heavenly veins, he would not be able to keep up with the middle-level ultimate god's divine power. After all, the difference was too great. The divine power of a middle-level ultimate god was not only stronger, but also more durable. He was only a high-level ultimate god. I'm afraid I can't even last 100 moves. After another dozen moves, Duan Lingtian felt more and more powerless and sighed in his heart. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He was so close to defeating the purple-clad young man in front of him, and leaving this place alive. However, almost at this moment, no. A shrill cry resounded through the sky. At the same time, a tall figure soared into the sky, and let out a cry of unwillingness before falling to the ground. A strange phenomenon appeared. The young man who was imprisoned by Yang Yuchen was killed by Yang Yuchen. After killing the young man, Yang Yuchen reached out to the middle-aged man. No, the middle-aged man's expression changed when he saw this. You can't go back on your words. You promised me that as long as I defeated your junior brother, you would let me go. I didn't go back on my words. Yang Yuchen said indifferently. Have you defeated my junior brother? I don't think so. Since you haven't, why should I keep my promise? Chapter 42-26. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yuchen's terrifying attack followed like a shadow. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man was obliterated like a millstone. No matter how hard the middle-aged man tried to resist, it was futile. The gap between them was too big. The feeling was no different from when Duan Lingtian killed those half-step ultimate gods. At this moment, when Duan Lingtian heard his third senior brother's words and saw his third senior brother's decisive action, he could not help but be stunned. He had originally thought that his third senior brother would really let his opponent go after defeating him. He did not expect his third senior brother to kill his opponent before he could defeat him. It seemed like he did not go back on his promise. There was nothing wrong with that. Ah! Another scream reverberated in the sky as a huge shadow rose into the air. It was the middle-aged man with the curly beard who had just fallen. The heaven and earth anomaly of a middle-level ultimate god's death appeared again. At that moment, the experts who were rushing over after witnessing the heaven and earth anomaly of a middle-level ultimate god's death turned pale. A second middle-level ultimate god had fallen. Moreover, it happened at the same place. Another 2 middle-level ultimate gods have fallen at the same time. Could it be that the one who died this time is from the same realm of gods? It's also possible that they will perish together. The experts who rushed over were all middle-level ultimate gods and above. Among them, the middle-level ultimate gods were the ones who were confident in their own strength. Otherwise, they would not have dared to join in the fun in the realm battlefield. A few years ago, 2 middle-level ultimate gods from the pilgrimage grounds had been killed together. Now another 2 middle-level ultimate gods had fallen at the same time. What was going on recently? Usually there would not be any middle-level ultimate gods who had fallen even after a few decades. At that cultivation level, they would be very vigilant. If they could not win, they would run to the nearest military camp to ensure their safety. Little junior brother, let's go. Yang Yuchen remained calm after killing 2 middle-level ultimate gods. He took the divine weapons from the 2 middle-level ultimate gods and left with Duan Lingtian. On the way out, he did not forget to tell Duan Lingtian, the divine master has fallen, and the heaven and earth anomaly has covered a wide area. I'm sure many people will come to join in the fun. There might be some higher ultimate gods among them. That's why it's best to leave as soon as possible after killing a godly paragon in the planar battlefield. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for you to leave if more powerful experts arrive. Previously, Yang Yuchen did not react so strongly to the death of a lower ultimate god. That was because the place where a lower supreme god died was usually not in the inner circle. There were not many experts in the inner circle, and not many people dared to go there to watch the show. Even if there were people who wanted to join in the fun, they were at most mid-level ultimate gods. On the other hand, Yang Yuchen was not afraid of most medium-level ultimate gods. He was confident that he could escape with his little junior brother Duan Lingtian, even if he could not defeat a top-tier mid-level ultimate god. Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard his third senior brother Yang Yuchen's words. In fact, he had thought about this problem a long time ago. Killing a godly paragon was equivalent to telling the people around that a godly paragon had fallen. There was always a risk if they stayed behind. Little junior brother, you're not a match for that middle-level ultimate god. Don't be discouraged. Yang Yuchen continued to comfort Duan Lingtian. With your current strength, you can defeat an ordinary middle-level ultimate god. You're only slightly inferior to those who have consolidated their cultivation base. At least, with your current strength, you might not lose to 4th junior sister if you were to fight her. In Yang Yuchen's opinion, although his 4th junior sister was also very talented, his little junior brother was even more monstrous. If they were to fight now, it would most likely end in a draw. Third senior brother, you don't have to comfort me. Duan Lingtian grinned, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. I'm not discouraged. After all, I'm only a high-level ultimate god. Yang Yuchen was completely speechless when he heard that. At the same time, he felt a little tired. Yes. His little junior brother was only a high-level ultimate god. Was he worrying too much? A high-level ultimate god could kill most lower-level ultimate gods. What was there to be dissatisfied about? When he was a high-level ultimate god, he could only kill ordinary lower-level ultimate gods at most. He was no match for stronger lower-level ultimate gods. Pretend I didn't say anything. Yang Yuchen was a little annoyed. I don't need you to remind me that you're only a high-level ultimate god. I know that. He used to think that his little junior brother was quite sensible and obedient. Why did it feel like he was not being sensible now? Didn't he know that this would upset him as a senior brother? Forget it. He was just a kid who didn't know any better. In the 8 years since he entered the dimensional battlefield, other than the things that his third senior brother Yang Yuchen had told him to take note of, Duan Lingtian was most impressed by his battle with the mid-level ultimate god. In that battle, he gave it his all and did not hold back. However, he was still at a disadvantage. This was only against ordinary experts who were good at material attacks. If he had encountered experts who were good at soul attacks, even if they were only mid-level ultimate gods, he would not have been a match for them. He was not afraid of mid-level ultimate gods with his soul-type defensive divine weapon. Of course, this was also because the profound divine metal, one of the 5 divine elements, was still in hibernation. Otherwise, even a mid-level ultimate god who was good at soul attacks would not be able to hurt him. For the next 2 years, Duan Lingtian followed Yang Yuchen around the inner region. During this time, they met another mid-level ultimate god, who had not completely stabilized his cultivation base. Duan Lingtian gave it his all, and killed him after a few dozen moves. When the mid-level ultimate god died, he did not die in peace. Perhaps until his death he could not figure out why he died in the hands of a mid-level ultimate god. Since when could a mid-level ultimate god kill a mid-level ultimate god? Time passed quickly. 10 years had passed since Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen came to the mysterious Zen battlefield together. At this time it was time to part ways. Yang Yuchen did not directly say goodbye to Duan Lingtian in the mysterious Zen battlefield. Instead, he personally escorted Duan Lingtian to a weak point in the mysterious Zen battlefield, and entered another dimensional battlefield. After that, they passed through a few dimensional battlefields and successfully arrived at the battlefield of the Divine Judgment, formed by the intersection of the Divine Offering Land and the Sanctioned Land. The battlefield of the Divine Judgment was also the dimensional battlefield where Duan Lingtian's wife, Ke, was. Even the mid-level ultimate gods in the Divine Offering Land such as the Xia clan and the Yun clan would enter the battlefield of the Divine Offering Land when their clansmen entered. Little junior brother, you can take the battle merit token of the Xianggang land and wander around here. However, you'll have to face the siege of the Divine Offering Land and the Sanctioned Land at the same time. My suggestion is that you leave the battlefield of the Divine Judgment temporarily, and choose to enter the Divine Offering Land or the Sanctioned Land before entering the dimensional battlefield from there. That way, you'll be able to obtain the battle merit token of the Divine Offering Land or the Sanctioned Land. The formation of the battle merit token depended on the person who entered and where they came from. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was someone who had smuggled over from another realm. His battle merit token was from the Mystic Handle Land. The battle merit token would only disappear after leaving the dimensional battlefield. Third senior brother, you should go back first. I can go to the Divine Offering Land or the Sanctioned Land by myself. You don't have to worry. Duan Lingtian said to Yang Yuchen with a smile. Although Duan Lingtian said so, Yang Yuchen was still worried. He followed Duan Lingtian around the battlefield of the Divine Judgment, and only left when he was certain they were not in the inner area. Of course, before he left, he did not forget to warn Duan Lingtian about some things he should be careful of. Duan Lingtian felt helpless and touched by Yang Yuchen's earnest advice. Duan Lingtian continued to stand in the same spot as Yang Yuchen until they found a weak spot in the spatial barrier. He watched as Yang Yuchen left, and did not turn around for a long time. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with gentleness. Third senior brother, fourth senior sister. It's my fortune to have met the two of you. Duan Lingtian had completely regarded Yang Yuchen and Lang Chunwan as his family. After all, they treated him like family and made him feel the warmth of a family. Duan Lingtian paused for a moment before he turned around. At the same time, his gaze turned cold. This is the dimensional battlefield of the Divine Offering Land and the Sanctioned Land. The Divine Offering Land. The Yun Clan. The figure of an arrogant young man appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. In the past, he was high and mighty in the mundane realm, and easily suppressed him. At that time, he could only feel despair and helplessness. It was useless no matter how unwilling he was. In front of him, he was no different from an ant. If Kerr had not risked her life to protect him, perhaps he would have been killed at that time. Duan Lingtian had always been a man with strong self-esteem. Although he did not say anything about it when Kerr risked her life to protect him, he was still very concerned about it. Of course, he also knew that he was indeed weak at that time. At that time, he secretly swore that one day, he would seek revenge from Yun Qingyan, the first young master of the Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land, for the humiliation he suffered in the past. Third senior brother is right. With my identity in the Xiangang land, it's indeed too risky to stay here. Let's make a trip to the Divine Offering Land first. Let's go and have a look. The place where Kerr grew up in her past life, the Xia clan, a giant godly venerable rank family in the Divine Offering Land. Let's go and have a look at the Yun clan. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian went directly to a nearby military camp and prepared to head to the Divine Offering Land. On the way, he was intercepted by two upper-rank god emperors who were surrounded by a faint gray light. The two upper-rank god emperors from the Divine Offering Land were easily killed by him. After killing one of them, the other tried to escape but failed. Chapter 42-27. The Divine Offering Land was also one of the Plains of Gods. It was not much different from the Xiangang land. Although it was an indiscriminate teleportation to an unknown place, it was the same for Duan Lingtian as it was his first time in the Divine Offering Land, and he knew nothing about it. I wonder, how far is this place from the Xia clan and the Yun clan? Duan Lingtian found a nearby city to settle down. Only then did he find out that the place he was in was also under the control of an ultimate god-level faction. And that faction was not weak. It was one of the heavyweight ultimate god-level factions in the Divine Offering Land, and was on par with the Myriad Arts Academy and Monorigin Divine Sect in the Xiangang land. In the Divine Offering Land, this heavyweight ultimate god-level faction had more than a dozen other heavyweight ultimate god-level factions that were second only to the few heavyweight ultimate god-level factions. The Xia clan and the Yun clan were the heavyweight ultimate god-level factions in the Divine Offering Land. If it was a small place, it was natural that no one would know where they were. However, in this heavyweight ultimate god-level faction territory, Duan Lingtian still managed to find out where the Xia clan and the Yun clan were after paying some small bribes. The Xia clan was located in the extreme north of the Divine Offering Land. It was rumored that it was a paradise among the glaciers. It was like spring all year round. It was like a miracle. As for the Yun clan, it was located in the northwest of the Divine Offering Land. It was rumored that it was a barren Gobi desert. However, the Yun clan was located in an oasis rich in resources. The two heavyweight ultimate god-level factions were far away from populated areas, as if they were secluded from the world. Let's go to the Xia clan and have a look. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat and immediately left the city. Although there were some people who thought that Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary person when he asked about the Xia clan and the Yun clan's whereabouts. Even if he was not from the Xia clan and the Yun clan, he should be related to them in some way. Such a person should not have a simple background and might have a lot of treasures on him. However, after following Duan Lingtian out of the city and witnessing Duan Lingtian's speed, they all gave up on the idea of robbing him. This was an expert that they could not afford to offend. I thought it was a fat sheep, but it turned out to be a fierce dragon. Some people looked in the direction of Duan Lingtian's departure and sighed. If the other party was weak, they would not be afraid even if they knew that the other party might be related to the two ultimate god forces. They would not have to worry about the two ultimate god forces finding them as long as they did not leave any traces after killing the other party. Moreover, his death might not be enough to make the other two ultimate god forces put on a show. They had even thought of how to destroy the corpse and leave no trace behind after they had succeeded. They had even thought of how to leave this area. However, they did not expect that the other party was someone they could not afford to offend. Before they left the city, someone was following them. Duan Lingtian noticed it. If it were any other time, he wouldn't mind waiting for them to come up and play with them after leaving the city. But now he wasn't in the mood. Now what he wanted to do the most was to visit the Xia family and the Yin family, and see if he could find out anything about Kerr. Moreover, if he had the chance to kill Yin Qingyan, it would not be a bad thing. Although he could not tell how strong Yin Qingyan was back then. Based on the current situation of the ultimate god forces in the various planes of gods, Yin Qingyan was at most a medium ultimate god. It was impossible for him to be a higher ultimate god. Duan Lingtian even felt that he had overestimated Yin Qingyan by saying that he was only a medium ultimate god. Yin Qingyan might not even be a medium ultimate god. If I can kill Yin Qingyan, Kerr's matter in the divine offering land will come to an end. Now I just have to find Kerr. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Swoosh. Duan Lingtian used the flying ship to travel at the speed of a higher ultimate god. As he traveled, he cultivated and digested the large amount of rewards he had accumulated. Currently, there were still many rewards he had not digested. There were no rewards for killing in the plains of gods. Only killing in the plains of gods and other places like the plains of gods could earn rewards. However, he could bring the rewards out of the plains of gods. After leaving the plains of gods and the plains of gods, the rewards would evaporate at twice the rate compared to when he was in the plains of gods and the plains of gods. However, Duan Lingtian did not mind. Now that the rewards were gone, he could just go back to the plains of gods and get more. Moreover, the rewards he had accumulated in his body were enough to last him for a period of time. Perhaps when he entered the plains of gods again, the rewards would still be there. The flying ship traveled at the speed of a higher ultimate god. It was obvious that this was not an ordinary person. On the road, ordinary bandits would not easily provoke this kind of existence. After all, this kind of person was very likely to be a steel plate. Of course, ordinary bandits would not dare to provoke this kind of person. However, this did not mean that some powerful bandits would not dare to provoke this kind of person. It was to the extent that some powerful bandit forces were specifically targeting this type of fat sheep. Lord Deputy Leader, I have an Emperor-grade flying ship with me. It's heading north at the speed of a higher ultimate god. A middle god Emperor realm bandit who was hiding in the dark looked at the divine artifact flying ship that was flying across the sky. He sent out a message at the right time. All right. The other side only responded faintly. I'll inform the leader now. This bandit force was an ultimate god level force. The leader was a lower ultimate god, and the deputy leaders were all half-step ultimate gods. Below them, there were also many small leaders in the upper god emperor realm. The weakest among this ultimate god-level bandit force was usually in charge of cleaning up the battlefield and doing odd jobs. They were all lower ultimate gods. A bandit force like this could be considered one of the top bandit forces in the entire divine offering land. It was even to the extent that there wasn't a second bandit force that stayed in the large area around them, because they didn't dare to offend them and had all retreated. Whoosh! Soon after Duan Lingtian's flying ship had flown for a while, an ultimate god-level flying ship caught up with it at the speed of a lower ultimate god. In the flying ship, a well-built middle-aged man stood there. His eyes were sharp as he stared ahead calmly. That person is heading in this direction, right? Yes, Lord Deputy Leader. The middle ultimate god bandit who had been hiding in the dark and was now on the flying ship quickly replied respectfully. Very good. The middle-aged man nodded. According to the rules, we'll give you 1% of the loot this time. Thank you, Lord Deputy Leader. The middle ultimate god bandit expressed his gratitude as he was pleasantly surprised. At the same time, he could not help but look forward to it. He hoped that it was a fat sheep. If that was the case, even if he only got 1% of the loot, it would still be a huge profit for him. I see it. About 15 minutes later, the middle-aged man, who was also the bandit leader, saw a small black dot that was getting bigger and bigger. Same rules. Our flying ship will intercept him directly. I'll intercept him from the front. The rest of you, surround him from the other directions. The bandit leader then looked at the other people beside him and said, "These people were the deputy leaders of this bandit force." They nodded when they heard the bandit leader's order. Ordinary people would not bother to rob this bandit force. They would only attack when they met a fat sheep. Once they attacked, they would attack in full force. Because of this, they had even killed a lone lower ultimate god. They had even killed a low-level ultimate god who had completely consolidated his cultivation base. If it was only their leader, they could only fight to a draw with that person. It was because of the help of others that they could kill the lone lower ultimate god. At the same time, in the flying ship in front. "Master, there's an ultimate god flying ship behind us." Duan Lingtian, who was still cultivating, suddenly heard the voice of the seven orifices exquisite sword soul, Huang. She reminded Duan Lingtian in a timely manner. "Master, they are not friendly." At the same time, another voice was heard. It was also a woman's voice, but compared to Huang's, it was more charming and enchanting. This was the sword soul of another full soul superior divine sword in Duan Lingtian's possession. He obtained it from killing a lower ultimate god with the help of his third senior brother Yang Yuchen in the profound Zen battlefield. He usually gave it to his Maxim doppelganger to use, but it also merged with his Maxim doppelganger at the same time. Almost at the same time when the two women reminded Duan Lingtian, the flying ship behind them suddenly burst out at an amazing speed and directly caught up with them. It was the ultimate god flying ship that suddenly burst out at the speed of a medium ultimate god. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with Duan Lingtian's flying ship and blocked its way. During this process, many figures flew out from it and swept in all directions. In the flying ship directly in front, a strong figure appeared and punched out at the same time. It shook the void and a vast airwave swept out, directly overturning Duan Lingtian's flying ship. A lower ultimate god. In the flying ship, Duan Lingtian was floating in the air. The overturning of the flying ship did not affect him at all. He stared ahead with a cold gaze. So many people. Are they from a bandit faction? An ultimate god bandit faction? Duan Lingtian suddenly felt that his luck seemed to be quite good. He had just arrived at the Divine Offering Land, and he had already encountered an ultimate god bandit faction. It should be noted that godly venerable rank bandit forces were extremely rare in the Mystic Gang Land and other realms of gods. The Divine Offering Land was no exception. Duan Lingtian kept the flying ship and stood in the air, exposing himself in front of more than 30 bandits. Other than a few lower god emperors and medium god emperors who were patrolling outside, who did not have time to board the flying ship, the entire bandit faction had turned out in full force. Only one person? However, after Duan Lingtian appeared, many of the bandits frowned slightly. A hint of disappointment appeared on their faces in unison. Only one person meant that the harvest this time was limited. Only one person? The medium god emperor bandit who had his eyes on Duan Lingtian was the most disappointed at this time. Robbing and killing one person was already very little to begin with. Now that the harvest was reduced by 99%, it was even more insignificant to him. Chapter 42:28. Kid, remove the ownership of the storage ring and we'll spare your life. The lower ultimate god bandit leader stepped into the air and stared at Duan Lingtian silently as he spoke in a cold tone. This was also their usual tactic. If they killed him directly, he would destroy his storage ring, and they would get nothing. The best course of action was to appease the other party and force the other party to hand over the storage ring in his hand. As for what would happen after that, they would have the final say. Spare my life. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard the bandit leader's words. If I remove the storage ring seriously, are you really willing to spare my life? Of course, the bandit leader affirmed. In that case, how about you all make a heart demon blood oath? As long as you all make a heart demon blood oath, I can remove the ownership of my storage ring. When Duan Lingtian spoke again, he seemed to be serious, but there was a hint of mockery in the depths of his eyes. In the next moment, before the bandit leader could speak, a deputy leader beside him sneered. We don't have time to waste here with you. You have no right to make conditions. Another deputy leader said coldly. Now you only have two choices. Either you die or you remove the ownership of the storage ring. At this moment, an unfriendly aura locked onto Duan Lingtian. How insincere. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. However, I don't seem to have any other choice now. Then I'll remove the ownership of the storage ring. I hope you can keep your promise. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, he vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already beside the bandit leader. As for the bandit leader, because Duan Lingtian had agreed to remove the ownership of the storage ring, and because he saw that Duan Lingtian was only a upper-level emperor god, he was not too wary of him. As a result, he did not even have time to react when Duan Lingtian made his move. The result was self-evident. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, there were few lower ultimate gods who could match him if he went all out. Even some powerful lower ultimate gods were no match for him. Although the bandit leader was strong, he was only an ordinary lower ultimate god. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As the rainbow-colored sword light entered the bandit leader's body, countless tiny rainbow-colored sword lights whizzed out of the bandit leader's body, dazzling and resplendent. At the same time, an illusory figure rose from the ground and let out a cry of disbelief before crashing to the ground. It was the heavenly anomaly of a lower-level ultimate god's death. However, this was not the dimensional battlefield after all. The fall of a lower-level ultimate god only covered a small area. No one would be able to detect it if they were further away. Lord Chief. Lord Chief. Only when their leader fell did the group of bandits come back to their senses. Then their expressions changed one after another. They turned around and fled at the first moment. However, even though they were fast, the seven-colored sword rays were even faster than them. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A seven-colored sword ray chased after one person. Except for the few half-step ultimate god deputy leaders, the rest were killed by Duan Lingtian's seven-colored sword ray with just a thought. Although the seven-colored sword ray was not enough to kill the half-step ultimate god deputy leaders, it was enough to block their escape route. Then, Duan Lingtian killed them one by one. They did not even fight back during the entire process. What a joke! He could even kill their leader, a lower-level ultimate god. Killing them would be child's play for him. Therefore, they only cared about escaping. Why bother? After killing all the bandits and collecting their divine weapons, Duan Lingtian shook his head and directly boarded the ultimate god spaceship left behind by the bandit leader. The storage rings had self-destructed. However, there were still many divine gems in the ultimate god spaceship. In addition, Duan Lingtian also had a large number of divine gems in his possession. Therefore, he did not save them and directly rushed on with the speed of a medium ultimate god. During the process, the divine gems were constantly burned out. When they arrived near the Xia clan, a giant ultimate god clan in the world of divine remains, Duan Lingtian had used up a large number of divine gems on the ultimate god spaceship. Next, Duan Lingtian had to pay for the divine gems to travel to the Yun clan from there. The Xia clan. Duan Lingtian stood on top of the vast glacier and looked at the oasis in the distance. His eyes were misty. This is Kuer's home in her past life. My parents, little Fei and the others were imprisoned here? Third uncle is inside. In a trance, Duan Lingtian thought of the sloppy middle-aged man he met in the secular realm who claimed to be Kuer's third uncle in her past life. The other party was called Xiajia. Last time his parents, his wife Li Fei, and the others were able to escape from here. It was also Xiajia who took the opportunity to save them. For a moment, Duan Lingtian wondered if he should visit his third uncle to see if he was there. However, after thinking about it for a while, he dispelled this thought. It was meaningless. So what if he met his third uncle? In the end, he still had to go to the dimensional battlefield to look for Kerr. Now, Kerr shouldn't be back yet, right? When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stayed in the vicinity for about 10 days before he finally caught a lone member of the Xia clan. Who are you? The Xia clan member who was imprisoned by Duan Ling Tian and had even sealed his communication with a formation was a young man. His face was pale as if doomsday had arrived. Don't be nervous. Duan Ling Tian looked at the person in front of him and said calmly, I'll ask you a few questions. As long as you don't lie to me, I'll let you go immediately. Go ahead, the young man said repeatedly. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he was not going to die, it was fine. Do you know the eldest daughter of the Xia clan, Xia Ning Shui? Duan Ling Tian looked at the young man and asked. When the young man heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he did not respond immediately. Instead, he sized up Duan Ling Tian and asked cautiously, Why are you asking this? Humph. Duan Ling Tian snorted coldly. I'm asking this because I want to save your eldest daughter of the Xia clan. Don't tell me you don't know that she entered the dimensional battlefield and has yet to return? Duan Ling Tian asked again. I know. The young man nodded. Then, as if he had thought of something, his expression changed. You kidnapped our eldest daughter and are here for ransom? Pa. The moment the young man finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian gave him a slap on the head. What nonsense are you talking about? I am the husband of your eldest daughter. How could I kidnap her? Duan Ling Tian did not intend to hide his identity and spoke frankly. So what if the Xia clan knew? Hunt him down? Wait until they found him? Impossible. However, as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the young man shook his head. It is said that the eldest daughter's husband is only an ordinary person from the mundane plane. How could he be as powerful as you? You are not the eldest daughter's husband. Hearing the young man's words, Duan Ling Tian smiled. I didn't expect you to know so much. How are you related to the Xia clan? Duan Ling Tian asked. Hearing this, the young man said proudly, My father works for the third master of the Xia clan. He has followed the third master since he was young, and was given the surname Xia by the great ancestor. The third master of the Xia clan? Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows. Are you talking about Xia Jie? Don't call the third master by his name. When the young man heard this, he frowned and reprimanded in a low voice. I'm not as strong as you. If my father was here and heard you call the third master by his name, he would not let you off. Duan Ling Tian smiled. So he was on the same side. No wonder he knew about him. Is the third master in the clan? Duan Ling Tian asked again. No. The young man shook his head. The third master has gone to the realm battlefield. He was worried when he saw the eldest daughter had not returned for a long time, so he went in to look for her. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded and patted the young man's shoulder. I'm sorry for the offense earlier. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Duan Ling Tian. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian removed the formation that enveloped the young man. Then, with 2 teleportations, he disappeared before the young man's eyes and left. Duan Ling Tian? The young man was left standing on the spot. He frowned slightly. This name sounds familiar. I think I've heard father mention it before. Let's go back and ask father. After the young man returned to the Xia clan, he immediately looked for his father and told him that he had been imprisoned outside the clan, and that he had called himself Duan Ling Tian. Impossible. The young man's father, a sturdy middle-aged man, shook his head. You said that person could easily restrain you. You're an intermediate god emperor. It's impossible for someone with such strength to be the eldest daughter's husband in the mundane realm. That's not right. Then why does he have the same name as the eldest daughter's husband in the mundane realm? The middle-aged man muttered to himself. As he spoke, he was confused. What? The young man was shocked. The eldest daughter's husband in the mundane realm is called Duan Ling Tian. No wonder I thought it sounded familiar. Father, that's not right. A few hundred years ago, Didn't you say that the eldest daughter's husband in the mundane realm did not even have a divine body? How long has it been since then? And he already has such terrifying strength. The young man found it hard to believe. I also think it's impossible. It's a pity that the third master is not here. He's someone who has seen the eldest daughter's husband in the mundane realm. He knows what he looks like. The middle-aged man shook his head. After leaving the Xia clan, which was located in the center of the glacier, Duan Lingtian headed west. His destination was the Yin clan. The Yin clan? If I have the chance to kill Yin Qingyan, I'll be able to solve many problems. Once I kill him and find Kerr, everything will be over. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself in the godly supreme-grade spaceship. The speed of the divine weapon-grade spaceship was very fast. The divine crystals that Duan Lingtian had stored in the spaceship had all been used up when they were heading to the Xia clan. They were still traveling at the speed of an intermediate god. Duan Lingtian did not feel any heartache at all. After all, he had the laws to help him with his cultivation, so he did not need divine crystals. Chapter 42-29. If it was said that Duan Lingtian's mood was perturbed and slightly excited when he arrived outside the Xia clan's door, then he was extremely excited. However, outside the Yin clan's entrance, Duan Lingtian's mood was only gloomy. In fact, it even carried a monstrous rage. Yin Qingyan. Duan Lingtian's eyes were burning with anger as he stared at an oasis in the Gobi Desert in the distance. Faintly discernible groups of sect leaders could be seen there. It was the Yun clan, one of the most powerful ultimate god clans in the Divine Offering Land. Let's see if I can find a chance to kill Yin Qingyan. Before arriving at the Yun residence, Duan Lingtian had been to a bustling city at the edge of the desert. It was one of the Yin clan's subordinate cities. While he was there, he had inquired about Yin Qingyan. It was not difficult to find out that Yin Qingyan's cultivation level was at the lower ultimate god realm. It was said that he was about to enter the medium ultimate god realm. This rumor had been circulating for a long time. It was very likely that he had already entered the medium ultimate god realm. As for the law that Yin Qingyan was good at, it was not said that he had reached the level of 100,000 miles dim light in the dimensional battlefield. Moreover, the possibility of that was very low. It's not difficult to kill him if I fight him one-on-one. After learning about Yin Qingyan's strength, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel restless. If there was one person he wanted to kill the most in the world, it would be the young master of the Yun clan, one of the most powerful ultimate god clans. Yin Qingyan. I need to think of a way to sneak into the Yun clan. Duan Lingtian stared at the Yun clan from afar before returning to the bustling city he had been to earlier. He wanted to see if he could find a chance to sneak into the Yun clan and lure Yin Qingyan out. Of course, it would be even better if he did not have to risk his life. After that, Duan Lingtian stayed in the city for more than 10 days before he finally found an opportunity that did not require him to put himself in danger. 2 months later, the ordinary ultimate god clans under the Yin clan would send people to pay tribute to the Yin clan. Duan Lingtian planned to do something to the Yin clan's people. Next, I need to find a suitable target. Duan Lingtian was not a rash person. After a few hundred years of wandering, he had become more mature and calm. He patiently searched for a target among the people from the godly venerable rank forces who would be paying tribute to the Yin clan in 2 months' time. In the end, they locked onto one person, a high god emperor. He was also the leader of one of the godly venerable rank forces who was going to pay tribute to the Yun family in 2 months' time. That person was a half-step ultimate god. He's the one. After Duan Lingtian locked onto his target, he began to plan. The Hongyu Sacred Clan was an ultimate god-level faction with one ultimate god expert in the current generation. It was subordinate to the giant ultimate god-level clan, the Yun clan. Furthermore, the younger sister of the only ultimate god expert in the Hongyu Sacred Sect was married to the second master of the Yun family. She was the official wife and had quite a high status in the Yin family. Because of this relationship, even some forces stronger than the Hongyu Sacred Clan did not dare to underestimate them. Yu Qingshu was the second elder of the Hongyu Sacred Clan. He was also one of the 3 strongest people in the Hongyu sacred clan, after the lower-level ultimate god. He was usually in charge of the external affairs of the Hongyu sacred clan. Since many years ago, every time the Hongyu sacred clan went to pay tribute to the Yun clan, Yu Chengshu would be the one leading the team. Yu Chengshu was a middle-aged man who usually dressed like a scholar. However, those who knew him well knew that he was not very knowledgeable. He just liked to dress like a scholar. That was because he wanted to be a scholar the most. Even his name was later changed to Yu Chengshu, because he felt that it made him look more scholarly. He was in fact a bloody butcher. He became famous through killing. Later, he joined the Hongyu sacred clan, and became the 2nd elder of the Hongyu sacred clan. He was also the head of the enforcement elders and was in charge of the enforcement hall. When I was outside, I saw a woman being held hostage. I thought that woman looked familiar. Look, have you seen her before? That day, Yu Chengshu walked past the door of a hall in the Hongyu sacred clan, and saw a few people gathered in groups of 3 to 5. One of them raised his hand and copied the appearance of a woman in the void. After all, he was a divine emperor and had a deep memory. His divine power filled the void, and the woman's appearance was vividly portrayed. Originally, Yu Chengshu just took a casual glance. However, when he saw the woman's appearance in the void, his expression changed drastically. It was impossible for him not to know this woman. Wasn't this the daughter of the Xia clan, who was also a supreme-level ultimate god clan like the Yun clan, Xia Ningxue? Back then, this daughter of the Xia clan chose to die and reincarnate in order to break the engagement with the Yun clan's young master, Yun Qingyan. That was a path that had a slim chance of survival. Originally, he thought that she would definitely die. Unexpectedly, many years later, he heard that she had successfully reincarnated and survived. Moreover, she was brought back to the divine offering land by the Yun clan's young master, Yun Qingyan. However, it was said that she entered the dimensional battlefield not long after, and her fate was unknown. Now someone had seen her? Moreover, it was a disciple of the Hongyu sacred clan? Moreover, he had seen her being held hostage? What happened? Yu Chengshu frowned. However, he quickly went forward and dispersed the other disciples of the Hongyu sacred clan, leaving only the disciple who said he had seen the Xia clan's eldest daughter, Xia Ningxue. You said you saw her being held hostage? What kind of person was it? Yu Chengshu asked. It was a blue-robed middle-aged man. I don't know if that's his true appearance. The disciple of the Hongyu sacred clan said. Where did you see them? Yu Chengshu asked for directions and confirmed the direction that they had left in. Without any hesitation, he left the Hongyu sacred clan and headed in that direction. After searching for a few days, Yu Chengshu finally found the person that the disciple of the Hongyu sacred clan mentioned. A blue-robed middle-aged man was with a woman. Even though they were far apart, he could still recognize the white-robed woman in the canyon. She was the eldest daughter of the Xia clan, Xia Ningxue, whom he had met many years ago. However, although he had seen her, he did not dare to use his divine consciousness to probe. He was afraid that he would be exposed and alert the enemy. I wonder how strong this person is. Just as he was feeling doubtful, he suddenly saw Xia Ningxue attack violently. After that attack, she fled out of the canyon. The eldest daughter of the Xia clan has recovered her cultivation level as a high-level god emperor? Just as Yu Chengshu was feeling surprised, he saw the blue-robed middle-aged man move again. He was also a high-level god emperor, but he was obviously stronger than Xia Ningxue. With just a few moves, he suppressed and restrained Xia Ningxue. Miss Ningxue, you'd better not play any tricks. I didn't kill you because you still have some value. I know that you are very important to Yun Qingyan, the eldest son of the Yun clan. I can use you to exchange for some good things. I believe that he won't be stingy. The blue-robed middle-aged man sneered. You think too much. Xia Ningxue said coldly. I have nothing to do with him. Don't expect him to give you anything for me. Her voice is right too. In the distance, Yu Chengshu was shocked. He had seen the eldest daughter of the Xia clan in the past, and remembered her voice. At that moment, he was completely sure of her identity. The appearance, the name, and the voice were right. It could not be a second person. Based on their conversation, It seems that the eldest daughter of the Xia clan is being held hostage. Moreover, the person holding her hostage wants to use her to exchange for something good with young Master Qingyan. This is crazy. A guy who hasn't even reached the ultimate god realm. Does he want to die? Yu Qingshu really thought that the person was crazy. Otherwise, why would he do such a crazy thing? It's a pity that I don't have the confidence to deal with him. I'd better go to the Yun clan and report this to young Master Qingyan. If young Master Qingyan saves the eldest daughter of the Xia clan, it'll be like a hero saving a damsel in distress. Who knows? She might change her mind and be willing to be with young Master Qingyan. When that happens, I'll indirectly become their matchmaker. Yu Qingshu's eyes lit up when he thought of this. If he succeeded, young Master Qingyan would definitely treat him well. After Yu Qingshu left, the blue-robed middle-aged man who had a fierce look on his face regained his composure. At the same time he muttered to himself, I hope Yun Qingyan doesn't have any powerful followers by his side when he comes. Even if there's a medium-level ultimate god, I hope it's not a particularly powerful one. If it's an ordinary medium-level ultimate god, I might be able to succeed. The blue-robed middle-aged man was Duan Lingtian. Currently, he was carrying out his plan that he had recently come up with. The plan had already started and the second elder of the Hongyu sacred sect, Yu Qingshu, had been captured. He believed that Yu Qingshu would go straight to the Yun clan after leaving. Yun Qingyan is most likely in the Yun clan. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, Duan Lingtian only had one of his law avatars here. Of course, it was his strongest law avatar, the space law avatar. As for Xia Ningxue, who was also Kuer, she was a manifestation of his other nomological avatar. He had spent a lot of time with Kerr in the past. Even when Kerr regained her memories and her appearance and voice had changed, he knew her very well. In fact, he was very familiar with her voice. It was precisely because of this that his other law avatar was able to imitate Kuer to perfection, and it was difficult to find any flaws. On the other side, after Yu Qingshu left the canyon, he went straight to the desert next door and headed to the Yun clan. He did not even send the news back to the Hongyu sacred sect. This was because he wanted to take all the credit for himself. Soon after, Yu Qingshu arrived at the Yun clan. He told the Yun clan's first young master Yun Qingyan that he had something urgent to discuss with him. After revealing his identity, Yu Qingshu quickly saw Yun Qingyan. The second elder of the Hongyu sacred sect? Why are you looking for me? Yun Qingyan's appearance had not changed at all compared to the past. He was still as arrogant as before. He stared at Yu Qingshu in front of him and spoke indifferently. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.